The summer of 1976 burned through our Kentucky town like a fever, heavy and unrelenting, the kind that made your skin crawl before you even knew why. I was 17, caught in that restless space between girlhood and something else, my days tethered to the rhythm of a place where secrets clung to the air like damp heat. My name doesn't matter, not yet, but the town does. It was the kind of place where every face knew your name, your parents' names, and the sins of your grandparents whispered over church pews. Main Street smelled of asphalt and fried dough from the diner, and the hardware store my father ran was the heart of it all, its shelves lined with nails and hope. My mother, with her starched aprons and prayers before every meal, kept our home as orderly as a hymn book. Life was predictable, safe until Caleb Turner walked into it. Caleb was the son of Judge Raymond Turner, a man whose shadow stretched long over our town. The judge didn't just command respect. He demanded it, his presence silencing rooms like a storm cloud swallowing the sun. Caleb, though, was different. Or so I thought. He had a smile that could unravel you, lazy and warm, with hair bleached gold by the sun, and eyes that held you like a promise. When he spoke, it was as if the world shrank to just the two of you, his voice low and deliberate, each word a thread pulling you closer. We'd meet in secret that summer, stealing moments behind the old mill or in the cab of his truck, parked where the road dipped into shadow. I didn't tell Ellie, my best friend, or anyone else. The town would have chewed it up, spat it out. She's not good enough for a Turner. I knew what they'd say. I felt it in my bones. But it wasn't just their judgment I feared. It was the way Caleb's charm felt like a trap even then. His hands were gentle, but his silences were heavy, like he was weighing something I couldn't see. I ignored it. Let myself believe in the warmth of his laugh, the way he'd brush my hair behind my ear and call me his. The town's gaze was always on us, though invisible but suffocating, like eyes peering through every window. I'd catch glimpses of curtains twitching, hear the hum of gossip at the market. "What's she doing with him?" they'd whisper. I didn't care until I couldn't ignore it anymore. The air in my bedroom was thick that July evening when I sat on the edge of my bed, clutching a drugstore test I'd driven 2 towns over to buy. My hands shook so badly, the plastic stick nearly slipped through my fingers. 2 lines stared back at me, stark and undeniable. Pregnant. The word was a stone in my throat, heavy and cold. I was 17, and the world I'd known, school church, The drive-in with Ellie was collapsing under the weight of those lines. I told Caleb the next day, my voice trembling as I stood in the shade of the sycamore tree behind the school. His face went blank, his eyes fixed on the ground, his jaw tight. He didn't speak for a long time, just bit the inside of his cheek until I thought he'd draw blood. "We'll figure it out," he said, finally, but his voice was hollow, like he was reciting something he didn't believe. That night, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling fan, spinning lazy circles, its hum blending with the cicadas outside. My heart pounded, not just from fear, but from something deeper, something I couldn't name. It was as if the town itself was watching, waiting to see how I'd fall. I thought of my mother's face, her hands folded in prayer, and my father's quiet pride in his store. What would they say? What would they do? The walls of my room felt closer, the air heavier, like the house was holding its breath. I didn't know then that Caleb's family had already begun to move their influence, spreading like roots under the earth, ready to bury me. The next morning, Caleb came to me, his truck idling at the end of our driveway. He looked different, thinner, his eyes shadowed, like he hadn't slept. "My family will take care of everything," he said, his voice low, almost a whisper. I wanted to believe him, wanted to trust that everything meant us together, building something new. But there was a coldness in his tone, a finality that made my skin prickle. I asked what he meant, but he just shook his head, his eyes avoiding mine. "Trust me," he said, and I wanted to God help me. I did. But trust in a town like this was a fragile thing, easily crushed under the weight of power. The Turners weren't just a family. They were a force, and I was about to learn how far they'd go to protect their name. The truth came for me like a thief in the night, stealing the life I thought I'd have. Within a week, my world unraveled. It started with whispers, soft at first, like leaves rustling in the wind, but they grew louder, sharper, until they were impossible to ignore. My parents sat me down at the kitchen table, their faces pale, their voices tight. "You've had a breakdown," my mother said, her hands twisting the hem of her apron. Breakdown. The word was a blade slicing through the air, cutting me from the girl I was. They said I was unwell, that I needed rest somewhere quiet, away from the town's prying eyes. I tried to speak, to tell them about the test about Caleb, but my father's hand slammed on the table, silencing me. "It's been decided," he said, his voice heavy with shame. I didn't understand how they knew how the story had twisted so fast. Caleb hadn't told them I was sure of that, but someone had, the Turners. I realized later, had spun a web so tight I couldn't see the threads until they were choking me. They'd told my parents I was fragile, unstable, a danger to myself. They'd painted me as a girl who'd lost her way, and the town swallowed it whole. Neighbors stopped, looking me in the eye. Ellie's phone calls went unanswered. Her letters returned unopened. I was becoming a ghost, my existence erased with every hushed conversation, every averted glance. The decision was made without me. They sent me to a distant cousin of my mother's, a woman I'd never met in a farmhouse 50 miles away, tucked deep in the hills where the roads turned to gravel and the world felt forgotten. Caleb's uncle drove me there, a silent man with a face like carved stone. The drive was endless, the trees blurring into a green haze outside the window, each mile pulling me further from myself. He didn't speak, didn't look at me, just gripped the steering wheel with hands that seemed too large for the task. I wanted to scream, to demand answers, but my voice was trapped, buried under the weight of their plan. I felt like a package being delivered, a problem being disposed of. The farmhouse was a relic, its wooden boards weathered gray, its windows clouded with grime. The air inside was thick with dust, the kind that settled in your throat and made every breath feel heavy. Aunt Margaret, the woman I was sent to, was in her 60s, her face lined with years of silence. She wore orthopedic shoes that shuffled across the floor, and her eyes never met mine, not once. She didn't ask about the baby, didn't ask about me. Her house was a tomb, no phone, no television, no radio, just a stack of religious pamphlets and a Bible with pages so thin they felt like they'd crumble under your touch. She kept the curtains drawn, the rooms dim, as if light itself was an intruder. I was given a small bedroom at the back of the house, its walls stained yellow from years of neglect. The bed creaked under my weight, the mattress thin and lumpy, and the single window overlooked an endless field, golden and swaying under the summer sun. At first, I tried to make sense of it, to piece together why I was here, what the Turners wanted. But the silence was suffocating, broken only by the wind rattling the windows or the distant howl of coyotes at night. I'd sit by that window for hours, staring at the fields, willing something to happen, anything to break the monotony. But nothing came, just the slow creep of days blending into weeks. At night, the house seemed to come alive, its bones groaning under an unseen weight. The floorboards would shift, the walls sigh as if the house itself was watching me. I'd lie awake, my hand resting on my belly, feeling the faint stir of life inside me. It was the only thing keeping me grounded, the only proof I wasn't disappearing. I'd whisper to the baby, my voice barely audible, promising we'd get out, that I'd find a way. But doubt crept in, cold and insidious, wrapping around my thoughts like a vine. What if I couldn't? What if the Turners had won? The fear wasn't just for me. It was for the life growing inside me. A life they wanted to control. The house wasn't just a prison. It was a grave. And I was buried alive. Weeks turned to months, each day a mirror of the last, the sameness grinding me down until I barely recognized myself. Aunt Margaret moved through the house like a shadow, her presence more absence than company. She cooked bland meals, boiled potatoes, overcooked greens, and set them in front of me without a word. I ate in silence, the clink of my fork against the plate, the only sound in the room. She never asked about the baby, never acknowledged the growing curve of my belly. It was as if I was invisible, a ghost haunting her home, my existence reduced to a problem to be managed. The isolation was worse than the silence. I wasn't allowed to leave. The property wasn't allowed to write letters or make calls. It's for your own good, Aunt Margaret would say, her voice flat, her eyes fixed on some point beyond me. I didn't believe her, but I had no way to fight it. The farmhouse was miles from anything, surrounded by fields that stretched to the horizon, their golden waves mocking my confinement. I'd stand at the back window, watching the wind ripple through the grass, imagining it carried whispers of the world I'd left behind. Ellie, my parents even. Caleb, were they thinking of me? Did they know I was still here, still alive? The nights were the worst. The house seemed to breathe its creaks and groans, growing louder, more deliberate, as if it was trying to tell me something. I'd lie in bed, my heart pounding, listening to the wind slip through the cracks in the walls, carrying with it a chill that settled in my bones. Sometimes I'd hear footsteps, faint and uneven, pacing the hallway outside my room. I'd hold my breath, waiting for the door to open, but it never did. I told myself it was Aunt Margaret, restless in her own way, but the steps were too heavy, too purposeful. I never dared to check, never dared to confront the darkness. I started talking to the baby, more my voice, a lifeline in the quiet. "We're going to be okay," I'd whisper, my hand pressed against my belly, feeling the faint kicks that answered me. It was the only thing that felt real, the only thing that reminded me I was still me. But even that was tainted by fear. What did the Turners want with us? Why had they sent me here, so far from everything? The questions gnawed at me, relentless, until I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, without feeling sick. I was trapped, not just by the walls of the farmhouse, but by the weight of their power, their secrets. One morning, I caught Aunt Margaret staring at me as I ate her eyes sharp for the first time. "You need to stop asking questions," she said, her voice low, almost a warning. I threw my spoon halfway to my mouth. I hadn't asked anything, not out loud, but it was as if she'd heard my thoughts, felt the rebellion stirring in me. She stood and left the room, her shoes scuffing against the floor, leaving me alone with the weight of her words. That was the moment I knew this wasn't just about keeping me out of sight. There was something bigger, something darker, and I was caught in its web. I started watching her more closely, noticing the way she'd linger by the front window, peering through the curtains as if expecting someone. Once, I saw her slip a letter into her apron pocket, her movements quick and secretive. I wanted to confront her, to demand answers, but fear held me back. What if she told the Turners? What if they came for me, for the baby? The thought was a cold hand around my heart, squeezing until I could barely breathe. I was alone, truly alone, and the world outside felt like a dream I'd never wake from. The black Buick appeared like a specter, its engine a low growl that shook the earth. I was standing at the back window, my hands pressed against the glass, when I saw it pull into the dirt driveway, dust swirling like a storm around its tires. Judge Turner stepped out, his suit crisp despite the heat, his face unreadable. My heart stopped, then raced a frantic rhythm that echoed in my ears. He didn't come inside, didn't knock, just stood on the porch with Aunt Margaret, their voices low and urgent. I pressed my ear to the wall, catching fragments, better place, handled no questions. Each word was a stone, building a wall between me and the life I'd known. Aunt Margaret came inside after he left, her face pale, her hands trembling as she handed me a suitcase. "Pack," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "They've found a better place for you." I asked, where my voice shaking, but she just pointed to the suitcase and left the room, her footsteps fading into the house's endless silence. I stood there, the suitcase heavy in my hands, its worn leather smelling of dust and time. A better place. The words echoed in my mind, hollow and menacing. What did they mean? A hospital, a clinic, somewhere even further from home where no one would find me. That night, I didn't sleep, I sat on the edge of the bed, the suitcase open beside me, staring at the few belongings I'd been allowed to bring. 2 dresses, a sweater, a pair of shoes. They felt like relics of someone else's life, someone who wasn't pregnant, wasn't trapped. My hands rested on my belly, the baby's movements stronger now, a reminder of what was at stake. I couldn't let them take this from me, couldn't let them erase us. But how do you fight a family like the Turners, who could bend a town to their will? How do you fight when you're alone, when the world believes you're broken? I thought of running, of slipping out into the night, but the fields stretched endlessly, and I had no money, no phone, no map. The fear was paralyzing, but so was the thought of staying. I imagined the judge's face, his cold eyes, his voice that could silence a room. He wasn't just a man. He was a force, a shadow that swallowed everything in its path. And Caleb, what had he told them? Had he betrayed me? Or was he as trapped as I was? The questions spun in my mind, each one sharper than the last, cutting deeper until I felt raw, exposed. I remembered a story Ellie once told me about a girl who'd crossed the Turners years ago. She'd been a teacher, young and outspoken, who'd dared to question the judge's rulings. Within months, she was gone, her house empty, her name erased from the town's memory. They don't just ruin you, Ellie had whispered, her eyes wide. They make you disappear. I hadn't believed her, then hadn't wanted to. But now, standing in that dim room, the suitcase open like a mouth ready to swallow me, I felt the truth of it. The Turners didn't just want me gone, they wanted me erased. I packed slowly, each item a small act of defiance, a way to hold on to myself. I tucked a photograph of Ellie and me, taken at the drive-in, into the lining of the suitcase. It was creased and faded, but it was mine, a piece of the life they couldn't take. As I folded my sweater, I heard the house creak, again louder this time, like it was warning me. I froze, my breath caught in my throat, listening for those footsteps, for the sound of someone coming for me. But there was nothing. Just the wind, just the silence, just the weight of a plan I didn't understand. Caleb's face in the moonlight was a stranger's, his eyes hollow, his voice a blade. He came the next day, the first time I'd seen him in months. He stood in the doorway, thinner than I remembered, his shoulders hunched, as if carrying a weight I couldn't see. The sight of him stirred something in me. Hope, maybe, or anger, or both. I wanted to run to him, to shake him, to demand answers. But his eyes wouldn't meet mine. He just stood there, clutching the suitcase Aunt Margaret had given him, his knuckles white. "We're going to a clinic in Ohio," he said, his voice flat, like he was reading from a script. "They'll pay for everything." I felt the air leave the room, my chest tightening until I could barely breathe. "I don't want to go," I said, my voice breaking. "Tell my parents the truth, Caleb. Tell them I'm fine, that I'm pregnant, that we can—" He cut me off, his voice sharp, almost desperate. "It's too late for that," he snapped. "It's handled." The word landed like a blow, cold and final. I stared at him, searching for the boy I'd loved, the one who'd whispered promises in the dark. But he was gone, replaced by this stranger, this puppet of his family's will. I begged him, my voice rising, tears burning my eyes. "Please, Caleb, don't do this. Don't let them take us." But he just shook his head, his jaw tight, his eyes fixed on the floor. "You don't understand," he said, softer now, almost a whisper. "You never did." And then he turned the suitcase still in his hand and walked out, leaving me with the echo of his words. I stood there, frozen, my hands trembling, my heart a storm of fear and betrayal. Handled. What did it mean? What had they planned for me, for the baby? That night, I sat by the window, the moonlight casting long shadows across the room. The house was quiet, too quiet, as if it was holding its breath, waiting for me to decide. I thought of my mother, her prayers, her ironed pillowcases, and wondered if she believed the lie about my breakdown. I thought of Ellie, her laugh, her fierce loyalty, and ached for her voice. And I thought of the baby, the tiny life inside me, the only thing that felt real in this nightmare. I couldn't let them win, couldn't let them take us. But how do you escape when the world is against you? When every road leads back to their power? I remembered a night with Caleb, months ago, when we'd lain in the grass by the river, the stars bright above us. He'd told me about his father, about the pressure to be perfect to uphold the Turner name. They own this town, he'd said, his voice bitter, and they own me. I hadn't understood, then hadn't seen the cage he was in. But now I felt it too, the bars closing in the air growing thin. The Turners didn't just control people, they consumed them, reshaping their lives to fit their story, and I was their next chapter. One they wanted to erase. I made a decision then in the dark, with the house creaking around me. I wouldn't go to Ohio, wouldn't let them handle me. I waited until the house was still, until Aunt Margaret's soft snores drifted through the walls. Then I moved quiet, as a shadow, gathering the suitcase, the photograph, the few dollars I'd hidden in my shoe. The back door was heavy, its hinges rusted, but I pushed it open, the night air cool against my skin. I stepped out the gravel, sharp under my feet, and started walking the moonlight, my only guide. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to keep moving, had to keep us safe. The road stretched into the darkness, endless and unforgiving, but it was mine. I walked for hours, the suitcase banging against my leg, my breath ragged in the quiet night. The gravel crunched under my shoes, each step a small rebellion, a refusal to disappear. The air was thick with the scent of earth and pine, the stars above sharp and bright, like eyes watching my escape. My legs ached, my belly heavy, but I didn't stop, couldn't stop. Every shadow felt like a threat, every rustle in the trees a warning. But I kept going, driven by the promise I'd made to the baby, to myself. The gas station appeared like a mirage, its neon sign flickering in the distance, a beacon in the dark. My hands were shaking as I reached the payphone, my fingers fumbling with the receiver. I had no coins, no plan, just a number burned into my memory. Ellie's. The clerk, a skinny boy with long hair and kind eyes, saw me, saw the desperation in my face, and nodded. "Go ahead," he said, his voice soft, like he understood. I dialed my heart, pounding, and when Ellie's voice came through, sleepy but familiar, I broke. "It's me," I said, my voice cracking. "I need help." She didn't ask questions, didn't hesitate. 6 hours later, her brother's beat-up Chevy Nova pulled into the gas station, its headlights cutting through the dawn. Ellie ran to me, her arms wrapping around me, her tears hot against my cheek. "They said you were gone," she whispered, her voice trembling. "They said you'd had a breakdown, that you didn't want to see anyone." I told her everything, the words spilling out like a flood. The test, Caleb, the farmhouse, the Turner's lies. She listened, her eyes wide, her hand gripping mine, and for the first time in months, I felt seen, felt real. Ellie's family took me in, hiding me in their basement, a small space with a cot and a lamp that flickered when the wind blew. Her parents didn't ask questions, didn't pry, just brought me blankets and hot meals. Their kindness, a lifeline. I stayed there for weeks, my world reduced to that dim room, the sound of Ellie's footsteps above me, the faint hum of their television. I was safe, but not free, not yet. The Turners' shadow still loomed, their influence reaching even here. I heard whispers of their story, how they'd told the town I was in a facility out west, how my parents had been convinced to stay away. It was a lie, so perfect, so complete, it almost convinced me. But I held on to Ellie, to the baby, to the hope that I could rewrite my story. I found a women's shelter in Louisville, a place that took in girls like me, girls the world had tried to erase. They gave me a bed, a doctor, a chance to breathe. I gave birth there in a small room with clean white walls to a girl with dark hair and eyes that held the world. I named her Hope because that's what she was, my anchor, my reason, my defiance. She was mine, and no one could take her from me. The truth came years later, like a ghost that refused to stay buried. I raised Hope alone in a new city, under a new name. The town, the Turners, the farmhouse, they became memories, sharp and painful, but distant. I built a life, piece by piece, a patchwork of small victories and quiet nights. Hope grew strong, her laughter filling the spaces the Turners had tried to empty. She was in college now, studying biology, her mind sharp and fearless, her spirit unbroken. I hadn't told her everything, not yet. How do you tell your daughter that her existence was a secret someone tried to erase? It was at a wedding, years later, that the truth found me. A cousin of Caleb's, loosened by too much whiskey, let it slip. He leaned close, his breath sour, and told the story like it was a joke. The Turners had orchestrated it all, the lie about my breakdown, the falsified medical papers, the doctor they'd paid to back it up. They'd planned to send me away, to take the baby, to make me disappear. I was a liability, an inconvenience, a stain on their perfect name. The cousin laughed like it was nothing like my life was a footnote in their story. I stood there, my glass trembling in my hand, the room spinning around me. It wasn't just anger, it was the weight of knowing how close I'd come to losing everything. I thought of the farmhouse, the silence, the footsteps in the dark. I thought of Caleb, his hollow eyes, his betrayal. He was a lawyer now. I'd heard following in his father's footsteps, living the life they'd planned for him. I wondered if he ever thought of me, of Hope, of the girl he'd left behind. I doubted it. The Turners didn't look back. They buried their mistakes and moved on. I never returned to that town, never faced them. Some battles you don't win by fighting. You win by surviving. I survived, and so did Hope. The town still whispered about me. I knew about the girl who'd had a breakdown, who'd disappeared. Let them. The truth was mine. and it was enough. I'd tell Hope one day, not to make her hate them, but to show her what we'd overcome, what we'd fought for. The Turners thought they could erase us, but we were here, alive, unbroken. And that was victory enough. The air felt wrong that day, like it was holding its breath, waiting for us to step into something we couldn't unsee. My name is Jordan, and I'm 28, living alone in a modest rental house in Jackson, Mississippi. My life was simple work rent and the occasional weekend hike to escape the hum of the city. That Saturday, my friends Will Rachel and I piled into my beat-up Jeep for a day trip to a forested stretch an hour east of town. It was public land, unmarked, unremarkable, just a place to lose ourselves in the quiet. We weren't looking for trouble, but trouble, it seems, was looking for us. The drive was easy, the kind of morning where the sun cuts through the windshield in golden slants and the radio hums with old country tunes. We laughed, swapped stories, and tossed around plans for a bonfire later. Rachel, always the planner, had packed sandwiches and a thermos of coffee. Will the skeptic mocked my habit of overpacking flashlight knife, even a first aid kit. "You expecting zombies out there?" He teased, his voice sharp, with that familiar edge. I just grinned, but something in the air felt heavier as we pulled into the dirt lot, tires crunching over gravel. The forest loomed ahead, dense with pines and oaks, their branches knitting a canopy that swallowed the light. We started on the main trail, a worn path of packed earth and pine needles, but it didn't take long for us to wander off. That's what we did, strayed from the marked routes, chasing the thrill of the unknown. The deeper we went, the quieter it got. No birds, no rustling leaves, just our footsteps and the occasional snap of a twig. Rachel spotted it first, a cracked animal skull nailed to a tree, its empty sockets staring. "What the hell is that?" she whispered, her voice tight. I shrugged, thinking it was some hunter's grim trophy, but the sight lodged in my mind like a splinter. We kept moving, but the forest felt different now, like it was watching us back. Then we stumbled into it, a clearing that wasn't natural. The trees parted abruptly, revealing a patch of earth littered with handmade wooden crosses, some crooked, some half-buried. Strips of tattered cloth hung from low branches, swaying like ghosts in the still air. There were dolls, two crude things made of burlap and twine, their faces blank, except for stitches where eyes should be. Melted candles, waxy stubs dotted the ground, their blackened wicks curling like dead fingers, and bones small ones, large ones, some yellowed with age, others fresh enough to gleam in the dim light. I felt my pulse quicken, a cold sweat prickling my neck. This wasn't art. This wasn't a prank. This was something else. We stood, frozen, the four of us, caught in a moment that felt like stepping into someone else's nightmare. Will broke the silence, his voice low. This is messed up. Let's keep moving. But I couldn't stop staring. The crosses weren't random. They formed a pattern, a spiral that seemed to pull my eyes toward the center of the grove. There, an ancient oak stood, its trunk scarred with carvings, symbols I didn't recognize, jagged and deep, like wounds. More bones were nailed to its bark, a grotesque mosaic that made my stomach churn. I pulled out my phone, snapping photos before I could think better of it. Close-ups of the crosses, the bones, a tattered hoodie stained with what looked like dried blood. Will snapped at me to stop, but I ignored him. I needed proof. I needed to know this was real. The air grew heavier, pressing against my chest. Rachel's face was pale, her eyes darting between the trees. "We shouldn't be here," she whispered, and I felt it too. A weight, like the forest itself, was warning us to leave. Jordan, ever the rational one, clapped his hands, breaking the spell. "Come on, let's go. This place is giving me the creeps." We turned back, retracing our steps. But the trail felt different, like the forest had shifted behind us. Every crack of a branch, every flicker of shadow, sent my heart racing. By the time we reached the jeep, the sun was lower, casting long, claw-like shadows across the dirt. We didn't talk much on the drive home, but the images burned in my mind. The crosses, the bones, the oak. Something was wrong with that place, and we'd walked right into it. Back at my house, I couldn't shake the unease. The photos sat on my phone, a digital weight I couldn't ignore. That night, I uploaded 3 of them to a hiking subreddit, careful not to include anything identifiable. No faces, no locations, just the objects. I captioned it vaguely. Found this in the woods. Anyone seen something like this? It felt harmless, a way to make sense of what we'd seen. I went to bed, expecting a few curious comments, maybe a theory or two. But as I lay there, the darkness of my room felt too close, too alive. The hum of the air conditioner seemed to whisper, and the shadows on my ceiling twisted into shapes that weren't there. I told myself it was just adrenaline, just my mind playing tricks. But deep down, I knew I'd made a mistake. Some things aren't meant to be shared. The notification came at 12:07 a.m. A sharp ping that sliced through the silence of my bedroom. I was half asleep, my phone glowing on the nightstand, when the sound jolted me upright. My heart thudded as I grabbed it, expecting a late-night text from Rachel or Will, maybe a joke about the day's hike. But it wasn't them. It was an image sent from an unknown number. No text, no context. I opened it, and the world tilted. It was my driveway, my car parked under the glow of my porch light taken from across the street. The timestamp showed it had been snapped just minutes before. Someone was outside my house. Right now. I stumbled to the window, yanking the curtain aside. The street was empty, bathed in the sodium glow of a single street lamp. No cars, no shadows, just the quiet of a sleeping neighborhood. My hands shook as I checked the locks, front door, back door, windows all secure. I turned off every light and sat on the couch phone, clutched like a lifeline, waiting for another sound, another sign. Nothing came. The silence was worse somehow, thick and suffocating, like the air itself was holding secrets. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside felt like a message. You were seen. You were followed. By morning, my eyes burned from staring at the ceiling. I called Jordan, trying to keep my voice steady. "You get anything weird last night?" I asked, hoping he'd laugh it off. He didn't. He paused too long, then said he'd gotten a message, too. A blank screen. No image, no words, just a notification at 2 a.m. It felt wrong, he said, his voice quieter than usual. Rachel and Will hadn't gotten anything, at least not yet, but the coincidence gnawed at me. I pulled up the subreddit, my post still there, a handful of upvotes, a few comments speculating about cult stuff or old rituals. I deleted it every trace, but it felt futile, like trying to erase a footprint from wet concrete. The damage was done. The day dragged each hour heavier than the last. I kept my phone close, dreading another ping. At work, I was useless, my mind replaying the image of my driveway, the angle of it low, like someone was crouching. Who had been there? The questions looped, relentless, a trance pulling me deeper into paranoia. I remembered a story my dad used to tell about a hunter who found a circle of stones in the woods, took a pebble home, and woke to find his windows scratched with symbols. Some places don't let you take pieces, he'd said. I hadn't taken anything from the grove, but I'd taken photos. I'd shared them. Was that enough? That evening, I installed a security camera above my front door. It was a cheap model, grainy, but better than nothing. I tested it, watching the feed on my phone. A clear view of the porch, the driveway, the street beyond. It should have made me feel safer. But it didn't. The house felt smaller. The walls closer, like I was trapped in a box someone was watching. I kept the lights on every room glowing, as if darkness itself was the enemy. Sleep was impossible. I sat on the couch, scrolling through the camera feed, jumping at every flicker of motion. A moth, a passing car, a branch swaying in the wind. At 3:12 a.m., my phone buzzed again. Another text, another image. This time, it was closer. My front window, the curtain half drawn, the faint glow of my TV visible. I was in that room when the photo was taken, sprawled on the couch, oblivious. My stomach lurched, bile rising in my throat. I ran to the window, flung it open, and shouted into the night, my voice cracking. "Who's out there?" Nothing answered. The street was still, the air cold and sharp. I checked the camera feed, empty. No one. But the photo was real, undeniable. A snapshot of my life from the outside looking in. I called Rachel the next morning, my voice hoarse. She was shaken, too. Her cat had vanished. Her back door found ajar, despite her obsessive habit of locking it. Will admitted to hearing noises at night, branches snapping soft knocks on his windows. Jordan, usually unshakable, looked pale when we met for coffee, his eyes darting to the door every time it opened. "We shouldn't have gone there," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "That place, it's not right." I nodded, the weight of his words sinking into me. We'd crossed a line, and something had followed us back. The photos, the texts, the noises, they weren't random. They were warnings, deliberate and precise, like a predator circling before it strikes. I stopped going out after dark, started checking the camera feed obsessively. The grove haunted my thoughts, its crosses and bones etched into my memory. I could still feel the air in that clearing, heavy and alive, like it was waiting for us to make a mistake. And we had. We'd taken its image, spread it to the world, and now it was claiming us back one sleepless night at a time. The tree in my backyard wasn't there yesterday. Not like this. Not with that thing nailed to it. I woke to a morning heavy with fear, the kind that clings to the ground and muffles sound. My routine was mechanical coffee. Check the camera. Try to pretend I wasn't unraveling. But as I glanced out the kitchen window, my breath caught. In the center of my fenced-in backyard stood a single crude wooden cross, its arms wrapped in twine and feathers swaying slightly in the breeze. It was identical to the ones in the grove, a twisted echo of that cursed clearing. My heart slammed against my ribs. Someone had been here, inside my yard, while I slept. I checked the locks. First gate back door, all secure. The fence was intact, no gaps, no signs of forced entry. Yet there it was, planted in the grass, like a grave marker. I approached it slowly, my boots sinking into the damp earth. The cross was rough, hand-carved. The wood splintered at the edges. The feathers were matted wet with dew, and the twine smelled faintly of decay, like it had been buried before being unearthed. I reached out, then stopped my hand hovering. Touching it felt like inviting something in, something I couldn't uninvite. Instead, I grabbed my phone and snapped a photo, my hands trembling so badly the image blurred. I called the police, my voice shaking as I explained the cross, the texts, the photos. The officer who arrived was polite but dismissive, scribbling notes with a bored expression. Probably kids, he said, eyeing the cross like it was a Halloween prank. I showed him the camera footage, grainy but clear enough to see a figure at 2:47 a.m., hooded, standing on my porch for 5 agonizing minutes. They didn't knock, didn't move, just stared at the camera, their face lost in shadow. Something hung from their neck, a bone, maybe, or a charm. The officer shrugged. No crime here. Could be anyone. I wanted to scream. This wasn't anyone. This was something. The day blurred into a haze of dread. I called Jordan Rachel and Will, gathering them at my place. Rachel was a mess, her eyes red from crying over her missing cat. Will paced his usual bravado, gone muttering about the noises outside his house, growing louder. Jordan stared at the cross in my yard, his jaw tight. "We need to go back," he said, his voice low. "To the grove, to figure out what this is." I laughed, a sharp, bitter sound. Go back to that place. But his words burrowed into me, a command I couldn't shake. What if the answers were there, waiting in that spiral of crosses? That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in my living room, lights blazing, the camera feed open on my laptop. Every sound, the hum of the fridge, the creak of the floor, felt like a threat. I kept replaying the footage of the figure, zooming in on the grainy image, trying to make sense of the shadow where their face should be. My mind spiraled, pulling me into memories of the grove, the carvings on the oak, the dolls with their stitched faces, the silence that wasn't silent. I remembered a story my grandmother told about a place in the woods where people left offerings to keep something at bay. "Don't disturb it," she'd said. "It doesn't forget." Had we disturbed it? Had we woken it? Another text came, at 2 a.m. A single word. Repent. No photo. Just that word glowing on my screen. I stared at it, my pulse roaring in my ears. Repent for what? For hiking, for posting. The word felt like a brand searing into my thoughts. I changed my number the next day, but it didn't matter. The texts kept coming from different numbers, untraceable return. Watch. Sometimes. Nothing. Just the ping of a blank message in the dead of night. Each one tightened the knot in my chest, a reminder that I wasn't alone, even in my own home. I started sleeping with a knife under my pillow, checking the locks 3 times before bed. The cross stayed in the yard. I couldn't bring myself to touch it. Rachel stopped answering my calls, too scared to leave her house. Will admitted he'd burned the clothes he wore on the hike, as if that could erase what we'd done. Jordan grew quieter, his eyes hollow, like he was seeing something the rest of us couldn't. We were falling apart, each of us trapped in our own private terror, linked by that one stupid walk in the woods. The grove wasn't done with us. It never would be, and then it stopped, like a storm passing, leaving only wreckage in its wake. One morning, the texts didn't come. The camera showed nothing. No hooded figure, no shadows lurking at the edge of the frame. The air in my house felt lighter. The oppressive weight lifted, but it wasn't comforting. It was worse, like the calm before a predator strikes. I checked the cross in the yard. It was still there, untouched, its feathers brittle in the sunlight. I waited for another message, another sign, but the silence stretched days, bleeding into weeks. Was it over, or was it waiting? I tried to go back to normal, to pretend the grove was just a bad memory. But normal felt like a lie. I stopped hiking, stopped leaving town, stopped trusting the quiet. Every night, I checked the camera feed, half expecting to see that figure again standing just out of reach. I moved the cross to the garage, wrapping it in a tarp, but its presence lingered a weight in the corner of my vision. Rachel quit hiking, too. Her spark gone, replaced by a nervous edge. Will deleted his social media contact. His silence louder than any words. Jordan left Mississippi, entirely chasing a job in another state, but I saw the fear in his eyes when we said goodbye. We were marked, all of us, by that place. I started researching, digging into local forums, old newspaper archives, anything about that stretch of woods. I found whispers, stories of missing hikers, strange symbols carved into trees, a clearing no one talked about openly. One post, buried in a defunct blog, mentioned a grove where the old ones left offerings, a place shunned by locals for generations. The details were vague, but the warning was clear. Don't disturb it. Don't take from it. Don't look too long. I thought of the photos I'd posted, the images I'd spread like a virus. Had that been enough to wake it, to draw its attention? The nightmares came next, vivid and relentless. I'd dream of the grove, the crosses, multiplying their shadows, stretching toward me. The oak loomed larger, its carvings pulsing like veins, and the air hummed with voices I couldn't understand. I'd wake, gasping the taste of dirt in my mouth, my hands clutching the sheets. Sometimes late at night, I'd think I heard a knock, soft, deliberate, like a finger tapping bone. I never checked. I didn't want to know. Ignorance was safer than truth. I told myself it was over, that whoever or whatever had followed us had moved on. But the fear stayed a splinter under my skin. I'd catch myself staring at the trees outside my window, expecting to see a cross, a bone, a shadow that didn't belong. I'd drive past wooded areas and feel my chest tighten, the memory of that grove pulling me back. My grandmother's voice echoed in my head. Some places don't let you go. I believed her now. The grove wasn't just a place. It was a presence, patient and eternal, waiting for us to forget so it could remind us again. I don't talk to Rachel, Will, or Jordan much anymore. We tried at first, but every conversation circled back to that day, that clearing those bones. It was easier to drift apart, to pretend we could outrun it. I still live in Jackson, but I'm not the same. I keep the lights on, even during the day. I avoid mirrors at night, afraid of what I might see behind me. And sometimes, when the house is too quiet, I feel it, the grove, its weight, its eyes. It's still out there, and it knows where I am. The air was thick with the scent of burnt leaves and anticipation, a crisp October evening in our nowhere Nebraska town, where Halloween wasn't just a holiday, it was a battlefield. I was 14, caught in that restless space between childhood and something harder to name, where boredom bred mischief. Our town, barely a speck on the map, was the kind of place where secrets clung to the cracked pavement like stubborn weeds. Everyone knew your name, your parents' names, and the exact moment you stepped out of line. My brother Nate, 2 years younger, was my shadow and my spark, always ready to push the boundaries of our small world. Our target, year after year, was Old Man Delvin, the town's resident recluse, living in a sagging brick house at the edge of the road where the cornfields took over. His yard was a graveyard of rusted tools and broken dreams, his windows always dark, his presence a whispered warning among kids. Every Halloween, we waged war on Delvin's solitude, and this year, we thought we'd outsmart him again. We were wrong. Delvin was in his 70s, a hunched figure in high-waisted slacks and stained undershirts, his face etched with lines that seemed to carry the weight of decades. He hated kids, hated noise, hated us most of all. In 5th grade, we'd draped his porch in toilet paper, watching it flutter like ghosts in the wind. By 6th grade, we'd escalated to a fake snake in his mailbox, its plastic eyes glinting with our glee. Last year, in 7th grade, we'd planted plastic severed arms in his flower beds and lit stink bombs under his windows, their acrid smoke curling into the night. Each time, Delvin would storm out, flashlight swinging like a blade, his croaky voice hurling threats that never materialized. "Payback's coming. You little pests," he'd shout. But he never called our parents, never summoned the cops. We thought he was all bluster, a paper tiger we could poke at forever. That belief was our first mistake. Halloween in 1991 fell on a Saturday, the air unseasonably warm, the kind of night that begged for trouble. Nate and I had spent weeks plotting our grandest prank, yet a masterpiece to cement our legend. We'd rigged a motion-activated soundbox to wail like a banshee, gathered smoke bombs, and painted a plastic baby doll with fake blood to look like something straight out of a horror flick. Our plan was simple: sneak into Delvin's yard after dark, plant our chaos, and watch him lose it. The thrill wasn't just in the act. It was in knowing we'd outwitted him again, that we'd danced on the edge of his rage and slipped away unscathed. The town was quiet that evening, the streets empty, save for the occasional gaggle of trick-or-treaters, their plastic masks glowing under streetlights. As we crept toward Delvin's house at sunset, the sky bled orange, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch toward us, warning us to turn back. But then we saw it. His house transformed. Paper skeletons hung crookedly in the windows, their jagged grins mocking us. An inflatable pumpkin sagged on the lawn, its orange plastic catching the fading light. Flickering string lights lined the porch, their weak glow buzzing like trapped insects. Delvin had never decorated. Not once. This wasn't just out of character. It was a violation of the unspoken rules of our war. Nate nudged me, his eyes glinting with defiance. "He's trying to show us up," he whispered, his voice thick with the thrill of competition. "We can't let that slide." I nodded, but something in my chest tightened, a faint pulse of unease. The decorations looked cheap, thrown together like a trap, baited with our own arrogance. This wasn't Delvin surrendering it, was him rewriting the game. We didn't know it then, but we were already caught. The warmth of the day lingered, but as the sun dipped below the horizon, the air grew heavy, like the world was holding its breath. We waited until 10:30 p.m., when the streets were silent, the last trick-or-treaters tucked away. Nate carried our prank bag, a canvas sack stuffed with our tools of chaos. The plan was to split up. He'd head to the shed near the back fence, planting the sound box, while I'd creep closer to the house to hide the bloodied doll. The cornfields loomed behind Delvin's property, their stalks rustling faintly, a sound that felt too alive, too watchful. I crouched behind a row of overgrown bushes, their branches scratching my arms, and sonned the yard. The porch lights flickered, casting jagged shadows that danced across the brick. The silence was wrong. No hum of a TV, no static from Delvin's ancient radio. It felt staged, like the house was waiting for us. Something was off, and I should have listened to the knot in my gut. But Nate was already moving, and I couldn't let him go alone. The night pressed against me, thick and suffocating, as I crouched in Delvin's yard, the bloodied doll clutched in my sweating hands. The plan had seemed foolproof in the daylight, but now, under the bruised purple sky, every shadow felt alive, every rustle a warning. Nate was somewhere near the shed, his flashlight, a faint flicker through the bushes. I could still see the deflated pumpkin on the porch, its plastic skin sagging like a wound, and those paper skeletons staring down from the windows, their empty eyes seeming to track my every move. This wasn't our game anymore. Delvin was playing something darker, and we'd walked right into it. I edged closer to the house, my sneakers sinking into the soft earth, the smell of damp soil and decaying leaves clogging my throat. The porch light buzzed faintly, its glow barely reaching the yard, leaving pools of darkness that seemed to pulse with intent. I needed a spot for the doll. Somewhere Delvin would find it and lose his mind. The flower bed by the front steps looked perfect, its dirt loose and untouched. I knelt my hands, trembling, as I buried the doll, just enough to leave its painted face exposed, its fake blood gleaming like something real in the dim light. My heart hammered, not from excitement, but from a growing certainty that we'd miscalculated. Why was the house so quiet? Where was Delvin? I glanced back toward the shed, expecting Nate's signal, a quick flash of his light to say he'd planted the sound box. Nothing. The cornfields whispered behind me, their stalks swaying without wind, a sound that crawled under my skin. I whispered Nate's name, my voice barely a breath, but the silence swallowed it. The air felt heavier now, like it was pressing me into the ground, urging me to stay still, to disappear. I stood brushing dirt from my knees and moved toward the shed, my steps slow, deliberate, as if the ground might open beneath me. The inflatable pumpkin caught my eye again, its slow collapse, more pronounced now, like it was bleeding, air dying, right there on the lawn. I told myself it was a leak, nothing more but the image lodged in my mind, a wound I couldn't unsee. When I reached the shed, the door was shut tight, its rusted hinges glinting in the moonlight. Nate should have been there, crouching, grinning, ready to bolt. But the yard was empty, the shed silent. I tapped the door lightly, whispering, "Nate, you in there?" No response. My stomach twisted, a cold knot forming as I knocked harder, my knuckles stinging against the wood. Still, nothing. That's when I saw it. A small battery-powered trail camera perched high on the shed's corner, its red light blinking like a predator's eye. Below it, nailed to the wood, was a piece of cardboard, the word "tricked" scrawled in black marker, the letters jagged and deliberate. This wasn't a prank. This was a message, and it was meant for us. Panic clawed at my chest, sharp and cold. I grabbed the padlock, yanking it, but it held firm, its metal biting into my fingers. From inside, I thought I heard something, a faint shuffle, like someone shifting on the dirt floor, or maybe a muffled voice, too soft to be sure. "Nate," I hissed, louder, now my voice cracking. The silence that followed was worse than any sound, heavy and deliberate, like the night itself was watching. I scanned the yard, half expecting Delvin to emerge from the shadows, flashlight in hand, his croaky voice spitting curses. But there was nothing. Just the house, the cornfields, and that blinking red light recording every second of my fear. He'd flipped the script. This was his game now, and Nate was trapped in it. I backed away from the shed, my breath shallow, my mind racing. The cardboard sign burned in my vision. Its word, a taunt, a promise. Delvin had known we were coming. He'd planned this, decorated his house, not to join the holiday, but to lure us in, to make us think we were still in control. The skeletons, the pumpkin, the lights, they weren't decorations, they were bait. My hands shook as I gripped the prank bag, the weight of the smoke bombs and sound box suddenly childish, useless. I could run home, wake our parents, confess years of tormenting Delvin, but that would mean leaving Nate. Or I could stay, try to break him out, face whatever Delvin had planned. The street lamp at the road flickered, casting long, twisted shadows across the yard. And for a moment, I swore I saw movement near the house, a silhouette too brief to be sure. The night wasn't empty. It was waiting. My heart was a drum, pounding so hard I thought it might split my chest as I stood frozen under the street lamp, the word tricked echoing in my skull like a curse. Nate was in that shed, locked behind a padlock I couldn't break, and Delvin, wherever he was, had outplayed us. The night was too quiet, the kind of quiet that felt like a held breath, ready to explode. The cornfields rustled their stalks, clawing at the air, and the house loomed behind me, its paper skeletons grinning like they knew something I didn't. I should have run, should have gotten help. But Nate was my brother, and leaving him wasn't an option. I had to go back. I circled the house, my sneakers sinking into the damp earth, every step a battle against the urge to flee. The prank bag hung heavy on my shoulder, its contents now a reminder of our arrogance. I checked every window, every door, praying for an opening a way in. The front door was bolted, the windows sealed tight, their glass fogged with years of neglect. The air smelled of mildew and something sharper metallic, like old blood. My flashlight beam trembled as I swept it across the brick, catching glints of spider webs and chipped paint. Delvin's house wasn't just old, it was alive. Its walls holding secrets I wasn't sure I wanted to uncover. Near the back, I found a narrow basement window, its frame rotting the wood, soft under my fingers. My breath caught as I jammed Nate's screwdriver, still in the prank bag, into the gap, prying until the frame splintered just enough to squeeze through. The air inside was thick, stale, choking, like the house hadn't exhaled in years. I dropped to the basement floor, my knees jarring against concrete, and the darkness swallowed me. My flashlight cut through the gloom, revealing piles of junk, rusted tools, stacked chairs, and Halloween props, their plastic faces leering from the shadows. Masks hung on the walls, their empty eyes watching, and fake limbs spilled from boxes, some still wrapped in plastic, as if Delvin had been hoarding nightmares. This wasn't a basement. It was a tomb, and I was trespassing. I crept toward the stairs, each step a test of nerve, the air growing heavier with every inch. The stairs groaned under my weight, each sound a betrayal in the silence. At the top, I found myself in the kitchen, the linoleum cracked and curling like dead skin. A flashlight sat on the table, its metal warm, as if someone had just set it down. Delvin had been here recently. My pulse roared in my ears as I crossed the house, unlocking the back door for a quick escape. The screwdriver was still in my hand, its weight a small comfort as I moved toward the shed. Outside, the night was unchanged, the cornfields still whispering, the red light of the trail camera still blinking. I wedged the screwdriver into the shed's hinge bolts, prying with all my strength, my arms burning as the metal groaned but held. Finally, the door gave way, swinging open with a shudder. Nate sat on the dirt floor, pale, his knees pulled to his chest, duct tape binding his wrists. The shed wasn't empty. Photos lined the walls, dozens of them, pinned like trophies, pictures of us going back years. Halloween costumes, walks past Delvin's house, even shots through our bedroom windows, our faces unaware, exposed. He'd been watching us, not just tonight, but always. Nate's eyes met mine, wide, with something beyond fear, betrayal maybe, or shame. The message was clear. Delvin hadn't just caught us. He'd been building this moment, collecting our lives, like evidence waiting to strike. I tore the tape from Nate's wrists, my hands shaking, and we ran the photos, burning in my mind, a gallery of our own ignorance. We stumbled into the night, Nate's breath ragged beside me, the cornfields swallowing our footsteps as we fled Delvin's house. The air was sharp, slicing into my lungs, but the fear was sharper. A blade lodged in my chest. The street lamp's weak glow felt like a lie, offering safety it couldn't deliver. We didn't speak, didn't look back, just ran until our house came into view. Its porch light, a beacon we didn't deserve. Inside, we locked every door, checked every window, and sat in the dark waiting for morning. Delvin never came after us, never called the cops, but his silence was worse. It was a promise, a reminder that he was still out there, watching. We never touched Delvin's yard again. The next Halloween, his house was decorated again. Same skeletons, same sagging pumpkin, same flickering lights. It wasn't for the holiday. It was for us, a taunt carved into the fabric of our town. We stayed inside that night, the prank bag untouched, buried in the back of my closet, like a guilty secret. Nate didn't talk about the shed, didn't mention the photos, but I saw it in his eyes, a shadow that hadn't been there before, a weight we both carried. The town moved on. Kids still trick-or-treated, parents still gossiped. But for us, Halloween was no longer a game. It was a warning. Years later, I still drive past Delvin's house. When I visit home, its brick walls sagging further, its windows darker if that's possible. The decorations are gone now, but the memory of that night clings to me, a cold hand on my shoulder. I can still see the photos, our faces frozen in moments we didn't know were stolen. I can still feel the shed's dirt under my nails, the weight of the screwdriver, the red blink of that camera. What would have happened if I hadn't gone back for Nate? The question haunts me, a loop. I can't escape, because part of me knows Delvin wanted me to find him, wanted me to see what he'd built. He didn't just trap Nate. He trapped us both in a story we didn't write. Now at 28, I live far from that town, but the buzz in my skin returns every October when the air turns crisp and the nights grow long. I don't prank anymore. Don't celebrate Halloween. Nate and I don't talk about it, but I know he feels it too. The sense that Delvin's still out there, or someone like him waiting. The town never knew what happened, never suspected their grumpy recluse was something more, something patient, something that collected moments like trophies. Some traps don't need locks or chains. Some traps you carry with you forever. The notification pinged at 2:17 a.m. A sharp sound slicing through the quiet of my bedroom like a blade through silk. It was just Instagram, but the name on the screen, Megan, stopped my breath. A name I hadn't thought about in years, now glowing in the dark, pulling me back to a past I thought I'd buried. I was 18, a senior in high school, living in a small Illinois town where secrets spread faster than wildfire. Life was good, great even. I had Brooke, my girlfriend, whose laugh could make any bad day vanish. We'd spend weekends at the diner, her hand in mine, planning our future like it was already written. But that night, Megan's message changed everything. It started innocently enough. "Hey, saw your post. Been a while. How's life?" she wrote. I stared at the words, my thumb hovering over the keyboard. Megan and I had dated in 7th grade, if you could call it that. We were kids holding hands at lunch, texting, until our parents confiscated our phones. It was nothing serious, just clumsy middle school puppy love. By 8th grade, we'd drifted apart, and I hadn't heard from her since. Now here she was, reaching out from a nearby town, her profile picture showing a smile I vaguely remembered. I replied, keeping it light, mentioning Brooke, thinking it was just a nostalgic catch-up. She responded instantly, her words warm, familiar, like slipping into an old jacket. We laughed about middle school, the time we got detention for sneaking into the gym after hours. Harmless, I thought. Safe. But the messages kept coming. Every day, sometimes twice a day. She'd ask about my classes, my job at the gas station, what I did on weekends. I'd respond out of politeness, but something felt off, like a song played just a note too sharp. I told myself it was nothing, just someone lonely reaching out. Megan had moved 30 minutes away, working part-time, sounding like she had her life together. I didn't see the cracks forming. Then one night, I woke to my phone buzzing at 3:04 a.m. Her message was a paragraph long, rambling about how she missed the way we used to talk. My stomach twisted. I didn't reply. I should have stopped it there, but I didn't. I let it linger, like leaving a door cracked open in a storm. Brooke noticed first. "You've been on your phone a lot," she said, one evening, her voice casual, but her eyes sharp. I showed her the messages, expecting her to laugh it off. She did at first, but I saw the flicker of unease in her expression. I told Megan I was happy with Brooke, hoping to set a boundary. She didn't care. "I'm glad you're happy," she wrote. But the words felt hollow, like a smile that doesn't reach the eyes. The messages grew longer, more frequent, arriving at odd hours, 2 a.m., 4 a.m., times when the world feels too still. She'd talk about how she never got over me, how seeing me with Brooke made her physically sick. I froze, rereading the words, the air in my room growing heavy, like it was pressing down on my chest. This wasn't nostalgia anymore. This was something else, something that made my skin crawl. I tried to pull back, replying less, hoping she'd lose interest. But Megan was relentless. She'd send photos from our middle school days, blurry shots of us at a school dance, my awkward braces on full display. "Remember this?" she'd write as if we were still those kids. I didn't know why it unnerved me so much, but it did. It was like she was holding on to a version of me that no longer existed, a ghost she refused to let go. I showed Brooke more messages, and this time she didn't laugh. "She's obsessed," she said, her voice low, like she was naming a disease. I wanted to argue, to say it wasn't that serious. But deep down, I knew she was right. The messages weren't just frequent. They were invasive, like fingers prying into my life, searching for a way in. One afternoon, I was scrolling through Instagram when I saw Megan had posted a story, a photo of a street I recognized. It was my street, the cracked sidewalk outside my house, the oak tree with the crooked branch. My heart thudded. She hadn't tagged a location, but I knew. I checked her profile. She hadn't posted anything else that day. I told myself it was a coincidence that she could have been visiting someone nearby, but the unease grew, rooting itself in my gut. I started checking my locks at night, something I'd never done before in our sleepy town. The air felt different, charged like the moment Cebalum a lightning strike. I didn't tell Brooke about the photo. I didn't want to scare her, but I should have. I should have seen what was coming. The messages became a rhythm, a pulse I couldn't ignore. Every buzz of my phone sent a jolt through me, like a warning I couldn't heed. Megan's words grew sharper, more desperate. "You were mine. First, she wrote once at 3:17 a.m. I stared at the screen. My room dark, except for the phone's glow, the words searing into me. I blocked her number, her Instagram, everything I could think of. But it didn't stop. She'd create new accounts, faceless profiles, with random usernames, each one finding me like a hunter tracking prey. I felt exposed, like my life was no longer mine. And then, one Saturday, it got worse. We were at the diner, Brooke's hand warm in mine, when I felt it a prickle on the back of my neck, like eyes boring into me from across the room. It was our spot, a small booth by the window, where we'd share fries and talk about nothing important. The neon sign outside buzzed faintly, casting a pink glow over the checkered floor. But that day, the air felt wrong, thick, with an unspoken tension. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone staring, but everyone seemed normal. Truckers sipping coffee, a waitress wiping down counters. Then, Brooke nudged me, her voice low. She's here. Megan was in a booth across the diner alone, her eyes fixed on her phone, like she hadn't noticed us. But I knew better. Her posture was too stiff, her fingers too still. She wasn't eating, wasn't drinking, just sitting there, a statue in a hoodie. My pulse quickened. This wasn't a coincidence. Our town was small, but not that small. I tried to focus on Brooke, on the warmth of her hand, but my eyes kept darting to Megan. She never looked up, not once, but I could feel her presence, like a weight pressing down on the room. Brooke squeezed my hand, her nails digging in slightly. "Let's just go," she whispered. I nodded, but as we stood, I saw Megan's head tilt just enough to catch us leaving. My stomach churned. That night, Brooke got the first message. It came from a burner account. No profile picture, no name. "He'll leave you, like he left me," it read. Another followed. "You're just a placeholder." Brooke showed me her phone, her hands trembling. The words weren't just cruel, they were personal, like whoever wrote them knew us, knew how to twist the knife. I felt sick, not just for Brooke, but for myself, for letting this creep into our lives. I wanted to confront Megan, to demand she stop. But what proof did I have? A hunch, a feeling. In a town like ours, accusations like that could backfire, make you the bad guy. So we stayed quiet, hoping it would pass. But it didn't. The messages kept coming, each one uglier than the last. They'd arrive at random times, waking Brooke from sleep, making her jump every time her phone lit up. She stopped smiling, as much her eyes, always scanning the room, like she was waiting for Megan to appear again. I tried to be strong for her to act like it didn't faze me, but it did. Every message felt like a violation, a crack in the life we'd built. Then came the photos. Old pictures of me ones I'd sent Megan in middle school. Dumb, embarrassing shots of me posing in front of my dad's truck. My hair a mess, my grin too wide. She'd edited them to look recent, cropping out the dated clothes, adding filters to make them blend with now. She sent them to Brooke, to group chats at school, to people I hadn't spoken to in years. The whispers started almost immediately. In the hallways, at the gas station, even at church, I'd catch people glancing at me, their smirks barely hidden. That guy from the pics, they'd call me like I was a story, not a person. I felt stripped bare, my past dragged into the open for everyone to judge. Brooke tried to shrug it off, but I could see it wearing her down. She stopped posting on Instagram, stopped tagging me in anything. Her friends started asking questions, and not the kind ones. Is it true you were still talking to her? They'd ask, their eyes narrowing. I wanted to scream that it wasn't like that Megan was twisting everything. But the more I explained, the guiltier I sounded. One night, I saw Megan's car, a black Nissan Altima, parked across the street from my house. It was 11 p.m., and I was taking out the trash when I spotted it idling with its lights off. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would burst. I stood there, frozen, the trash bag heavy in my hand, waiting for her to do something, anything. But the car just pulled away, slow and deliberate, like she wanted me to know she'd been there. I ran inside, locked the door, and checked every window. My parents didn't get it. Girls get emotional, my dad said, like it was a phase. My mom told me to block her again, but I'd already done that. Megan didn't need my permission to keep this up. She was everywhere, a shadow I couldn't shake. I started losing sleep, my nights spent staring at my phone, waiting for the next buzz. Every notification felt like a threat, a reminder that she was still out there, watching. I'd lie awake, imagining her, standing outside my window, her face pressed against the glass. Once, I swore I heard a knock at 2 a.m., sharp and deliberate. But when I looked, there was nothing, just the empty street and that damn Nissan parked half a block away. I didn't tell Brooke about that one. She was already on edge, jumping at shadows, avoiding the diner. I hated seeing her like that, knowing I'd brought this into her life. I kept telling myself Megan would get bored, move on. But deep down, I knew better. She wasn't just obsessed. She was unhinged, and I had no idea how far she'd go. The knock came at 1:47 a.m. A slow, deliberate tap on my bedroom window, like someone testing my nerve. I was already awake, my phone glowing, with another message from a new burner account. I see the way you look at her. My heart slammed against my ribs, each beat loud enough to drown out the silence of the house. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just stared at the window, the curtains swaying slightly in the dark. I wanted to look to prove it was just my imagination, but my body wouldn't cooperate. The knock came again, softer this time, like a secret meant only for me. When I finally worked up the courage to pull the curtain back, there was nothing, just the empty yard, the street light flickering. But I knew she'd been there. I could feel it, like a scent, lingering in the air. Megan's campaign was relentless now, a slow burning fire consuming everything I cared about. The photos weren't enough anymore. She'd started leaving notes, physical ones. The first was on my car, tucked under the windshield wiper in the school parking lot. Red Sharpie. Jagged handwriting. You never looked at me like that. I tore it up, my hands shaking, but the words stuck, burrowing into my mind. I stopped parking at school after that, choosing a lot 2 blocks away, walking through alleys to avoid being seen. I felt like prey, always looking over my shoulder, waiting for her next move. My friends noticed, but I brushed them off, too ashamed to admit how scared I was. Scared of a girl I'd barely dated, a ghost from my past who'd decided I owed her something. Brooke was crumbling. The messages to her had gotten worse. Personal, in a way that made my skin crawl. He talks about you behind your back, one said. He's not who you think he is. Lies, all of it. But lies have a way of sticking in a small town. Brooke's friends started pulling away, whispering about the drama about me. She tried to stay strong, but I could see it in her eyes, the doubt, the exhaustion. One night, she called me, her voice shaky. I can't do this anymore, she said. I need a break. I wanted to beg her to stay, to tell her we'd get through it, but the words caught in my throat. She hung up, and I sat there, staring at my phone, the silence deafening. I'd lost her, not because I'd done anything wrong, but because Megan had made our lives a battlefield. I went to the school counselor, hoping for help, but it was useless. It's all online, off campus, she said. Like that made it less real. Maybe just ignore her. Ignore her. How do you ignore someone who knows where you live, who shows up where you eat, who sends photos of your past to everyone you know? I felt trapped, like the walls of my life were closing in. Megan knew no one would stop her. She got bolder, more reckless. I'd find her car parked near my house at odd hours, always just out of reach, like a taunt. Once I saw her silhouette in the driver's seat, motionless watching. I didn't confront her. I couldn't. The truth was, I was terrified not of her hurting me, but of what she was capable of. There was no line anymore, no boundary she wouldn't cross. Then came the night she went to Brooke's house. Brooke called me at 2 a.m., sobbing, her voice barely coherent. She was at my window, she said. I saw her face. I swear. I drove over, my hands shaking on the wheel, and called the police from her driveway. They took a report, but Megan denied everything, spinning it like we were harassing her. Brooke's parents banned me from coming over after that, saying I was trouble. I couldn't blame them, but it hurt, knowing I'd dragged Brooke into this nightmare. I felt like I was drowning, like Megan had taken everything. My girlfriend, my friends, my peace. I stopped sleeping, stopped eating right. Every sound in the house was her. Every shadow a threat. I was 18, but I felt like a kid again, helpless against something I didn't understand. I started carrying a pocket knife, not because I wanted to use it, but because it made me feel less powerless. I'd check my windows obsessively, sometimes 3 times a night. My parents noticed, but they didn't get it. You're overreacting, my dad said. She'll move on. But she didn't. The notes kept appearing on my car, in my mailbox, once even slipped under my front door. You can't hide one, said. I burned it in the backyard, watching the flames curl around her words. But it didn't make me feel better. I was unraveling, and Megan knew it. She was winning, and I didn't know how to fight back, and then it stopped. No warning, no explanation, just silence. The messages, the notes, the car in the street, they vanished, like a storm that had blown itself out. I woke up one morning to no new notifications, no burner accounts, no red Sharpie scrawled across my life. At first, I didn't trust it. I kept checking my phone, waiting for the other shoe to drop. But days passed, then weeks, and Megan was gone. I should have felt relieved, but instead, I felt hollow, like I'd been running from something so long I didn't know how to stop. Brooke and I never got back together. The damage was done, the trust broken. She'd look at me in the hallways, sometimes, her eyes sad, but distant, like we were strangers now. I didn't blame her. Her parents were right. I was trouble, even if I hadn't meant to be. My friends drifted to some because of the rumors, others because I'd pulled away, too paranoid to trust anyone. I deleted my social media, changed my number, even switched shifts at the gas station to avoid being alone at night. But the fear lingered a shadow that followed me everywhere. I checked Megan's Instagram a few times against my better judgment. She'd moved on, or so it seemed, engaged to some guy from another town, her posts all smiles and sunsets. She looked normal, happy, like the Megan I'd known in middle school, not the one who'd haunted me. I wondered if he knew, if she'd told him how she'd unraveled my life piece by piece. Part of me wanted to warn him, but I didn't. I just wanted to forget her, to erase the last year like it never happened. But you can't erase fear like that. It sticks like damp air clinging to your skin. The town didn't help. People still whispered, still gave me those looks like I was the one who'd done something wrong. The Megan thing, they'd call it, like it was a joke, a story to tell over coffee. I stopped correcting them. What was the point? No one believed me. Not really. They thought I was exaggerating, making it bigger than it was. But I knew the truth. I'd felt it, her eyes on me in the diner, her car in the dark, her words carving into my life like a knife. She'd taken something from me, something I couldn't name, but felt every day. I'm 20 now, 2 years out from it all, but it doesn't feel like it. I still hesitate to accept follow requests from accounts I don't recognize. I still check my locks at night, still jump when I see a black Nissan Altima on the road. I tell myself I've moved on, but I haven't, not completely. Sometimes, late at night, I'll lie awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering if she's out there watching, waiting for a reason to start again. I don't know what triggered her, what made her fixate on me, like I was something she was owed. Maybe it was never about me at all, just a version of me she'd built in her head. But that doesn't make it less real, less terrifying. I think about Brooke sometimes, about the life we could have had if Megan hadn't torn it apart. I think about the notes, the photos, the way my town turned on me when I needed it most. But mostly, I think about the silence, the way it stopped, as suddenly as it started leaving me with questions I'll never answer. Was she bored? Did someone stop her? Or is she still out there, waiting for the right moment to come back? I don't know. And that's the worst part. Not knowing if it's over. Not knowing if I'm free. All I know is I'll never let someone like that back into my life again. And if you're reading this, if you've ever had someone fixate on you like that, don't ignore it. Don't wait for it to stop on its own. Because sometimes the silence is worse than the storm. It was supposed to be a fresh start, a quiet corner of the world where the weight of my past could dissolve into the Missouri soil. I was 38, fresh off a divorce that left me hollow. The kind of hollow that makes you question who you are when the papers are signed and the house is split. Cassville, Missouri wasn't a place I chose for its charm. It was a necessity. The town was small, barely a speck on the map, with a single diner, a gas station that closed at dusk, and fields that stretched into the horizon like they were trying to outrun something. I'd cashed out what little I had left after the lawyers took their cut and bought a 2-bedroom house on a couple of acres just outside town. It wasn't much, a sagging porch, peeling paint, and windows that rattled when the wind picked up, but it had good bones. I liked that phrase, good bones. It felt solid, like something I could rebuild myself around. I worked remotely, drafting CAD designs for construction companies, which meant I didn't need to be near a city. The silence of Cassville was what I craved. No neighbors banging on walls, no traffic humming through the night. Just the kind of quiet that lets you hear your own thoughts. The backyard was my favorite part. A wide expanse of grass that bled into a patch of woods, dark and tangled, like they were hiding secrets from the rest of the world. I'd sit on the porch in the mornings, coffee in hand, watching the mist curl through the trees. And for the first time in years, I felt like I could breathe. About 2 weeks in, I decided to build a privacy fence along the back edge of the property. Nothing fancy, just treated posts and horizontal slats to mark where my world ended and the woods began. I borrowed an auger from Bill, a retired mechanic down the road, who smelled like motor oil and always wore a faded Cardinals cap. He handed it over with a grin, saying, "Good luck digging in that clay. It's like concrete when it's wet." I laughed, thanked him, and hauled the machine back home. That Saturday morning, the air was crisp, the kind of spring day where the sun feels warm, but the breeze reminds you winter hasn't fully let go. I set up in the backyard, auger, humming coffee, steaming in my thermos, birds chirping in the distance. It was peaceful, almost perfect. I marked out the post holes with spray paint, each one 6 feet apart, and started drilling. The ground was soft from recent rain, yielding easily under the auger's bite. I was in a rhythm, lost in the monotony of the work, when the auger hit something in the 4th hole. It wasn't the usual resistance of a rock or root. It was a dull, heavy thud that sent a shiver up my spine. I stopped, wiped the sweat from my brow, and crouched down to inspect the hole. The soil was dark, almost black with that sticky red clay Bill had warned me about. I grabbed a hand trowel and started digging, expecting a tree root or maybe a buried pipe. But as I scraped away the dirt, my fingers brushed against something smooth, curved, and unnervingly solid. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It was a bone, long and slightly arched, with a clean break on one end. My first thought was a deer, maybe a coyote, something natural, something explainable. But as I dug deeper, my trowel hit another piece, then another. The soil gave way to reveal a fragment of what looked like a skull, not whole, but enough to make my stomach lurch. The curve of it, the way it gleamed dully in the morning light. It wasn't animal. It was human. I sat back on my heels, staring into the hole, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my temples. The birds had gone quiet, or maybe I just couldn't hear them anymore. All I could think was, what the hell is this doing in my backyard? I covered the hole with a tarp, not wanting to look at it any longer, and went inside. My hands were shaking as I washed the dirt off them, the water turning red-brown as it swirled down the drain. I stood at the sink, staring out the kitchen window at the tarp flapping in the breeze, and tried to make sense of it. Maybe it was old, some forgotten burial from decades ago. Maybe it was nothing. But deep down, I knew it wasn't nothing. I picked up the phone and called the non-emergency line for the sheriff's department, my voice steady, but my mind racing. I explained what I'd found, keeping it vague, not wanting to sound like a paranoid city guy. Within an hour, Sheriff Dalton pulled into my driveway in a pristine patrol car, his badge glinting in the sun like it had been polished that morning. He was middle-aged, clean-shaven, with a face that looked like it had seen too many small-town secrets. I led him to the hole pointed at the tarp and watched as he crouched down, barely glancing at the bones, before standing up and brushing off his hands. Probably just a cow, he said, his voice flat, like he was reading from a script. Or a hunting dog. Folks used to bury animals all over these lots back in the day. I blinked, caught off guard by how quickly he dismissed it. "You sure?" I asked, pointing at the skull fragment. "That doesn't look like a cow to me." He shrugged, his eyes sliding away from mine. Wouldn't be the first time someone mistook animal bones for human. No need to make a fuss. I opened my mouth to argue, but something in his tone, calm, almost too calm, made me stop. He didn't offer to call anyone, didn't suggest testing the bones, just gave me a tight smile and said he'd file a report. As he drove away, I stood on the porch watching the dust settle behind his car, feeling like I'd just been told to forget what I'd seen. The ground seemed to whisper as I stood over the tarp, the weight of what I'd uncovered pressing against my chest like a cold hand. I couldn't shake the image of that skull fragment, its smooth curve, catching the sunlight, mocking my attempt to call it anything but human. I'd spent the rest of that Saturday pacing the house, the auger abandoned in the yard, the hole staring at me like an open wound. I tried to work, staring at my CAD designs until the lines blurred, but my mind kept drifting back to the bones. Who were they? How long had they been there? And why was Sheriff Dalton so quick to brush it off? His words echoed in my head. Probably just a cow, but they felt hollow, like a lie told too many times. I'd seen animal bones before, scattered in fields or washed up on riverbanks. These were different, too deliberate, too human. I didn't touch the hole again that day. The tarp stayed in place, flapping in the wind, a constant reminder of what lay beneath. I kept the blinds drawn, avoiding the backyard. But every time I passed the kitchen window, I felt it pulling me, urging me to look. By evening, I was jumpy, every creak of the house making me flinch. I told myself it was just the stress of the divorce, the isolation of a new town. But deep down, I knew it was more. The bones weren't just a discovery, they were a warning. I poured a glass of whiskey, hoping it would dull the edge, but it only sharpened the questions. What if someone had buried them there on purpose? What if they were still watching to make sure they stayed buried? The next morning, I forced myself to go back outside. The air was heavy, the kind of humid that clings to your skin and makes your clothes feel like they're suffocating you. I stood over the tarp, my hands clammy, and lifted it just enough to peek underneath. The bones were still there, untouched, the skull fragment, glinting like it was daring me to dig deeper. I dropped the tarp and stepped back, my breath shallow. I wasn't an expert, but I'd seen enough documentaries, read enough articles, to know that human bones don't just end up in someone's backyard by accident. This wasn't a pet cemetery. This was something else, something darker. I called a friend from college, Jason, who worked as a forensics tech in Springfield. I didn't tell him everything, just enough to get his attention. Found some bones while digging, I said, keeping my voice casual. Might be animal, but they look off. Any chance you could take a look? He paused, then said he'd come by the next weekend with some equipment to take a soil sample, maybe check for trace elements. His voice was calm, professional, but I could hear the curiosity underneath. It made me feel less alone, like I wasn't crazy for thinking this was bigger than a dead cow. That night, I couldn't sleep. The house felt different, like the walls were holding their breath. Every sound, the hum of the fridge, the groan of the pipes, felt amplified, like the bones were sending out ripples through the air. I kept picturing them, buried just a few feet from where I slept, their story locked in the dirt. I wondered who they'd belonged to. A drifter, a local who'd crossed the wrong person. The possibilities spun in my head, each one darker than the last. I got up, poured another whiskey, and sat at the kitchen table, staring at the backyard through the window. The tarp was a black smudge in the moonlight, and for a moment I swore it moved like someone was tugging at it from below. The next day, Monday, something shifted. I was working in the kitchen, my laptop open to a half-finished design, when I saw a dark SUV pull into my driveway. At first, I thought it was a delivery, maybe Amazon dropping off the screws I'd ordered for the fence, but as the driver stepped out, I recognized him. Sheriff Dalton, out of uniform, wearing jeans and a flannel shirt, holding 2 coffees in a cardboard tray. He waved his smile too wide, too practiced, like he was trying to sell me something. I opened the door, confused, and he handed me a coffee, saying he was in the area and thought I might want to talk more about the backyard. His voice was friendly, but his eyes were sharp, scanning the room like he was looking for something specific. We sat at the kitchen table, the coffee bitter and lukewarm in my hands. He made small talk, weather fishing spots, the diner's pie special, but it felt forced, like he was stalling. Then he leaned in, his voice dropping, and asked if I'd ever thought about selling the house. I blinked, caught off guard. I just moved in, I said, forcing a laugh. Not planning to go anywhere. He nodded, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. Sure. But if you ever change your mind, I'd be interested. Cash deal. No real estate hassle. I've always liked this patch of land. The way he said patch of land sent a chill down my spine, like he wasn't talking about the house at all. But what was under it? I mumbled something non-committal, my mind racing. Why was he here? Why now? The conversation fizzled out, and he left his SUV kicking up dust as it pulled away. I stood at the window, watching until he was out of sight, and that's when I noticed it. Fresh, red, clay-caked on the wheel wells of his car, the same sticky mud I'd been digging in 2 days ago. My stomach twisted. There was no reason for him to have been anywhere near my backyard. No reason for that mud to be on his car, unless he'd been out there himself. I felt the room tilt, the air growing thick, like the house itself was pressing in on me. What did he know? And what was he trying to keep buried? The mud on Sheriff Dalton's SUV was a stain I couldn't unsee, a mark that tied him to my backyard in a way that made my skin crawl. I stood at the window, long after he drove away the coffee he'd given me, untouched on the table growing cold. His visit wasn't random. I knew that much. The way he'd leaned in his eyes, locking onto mine when he mentioned the land, felt like a test, like he was waiting for me to slip up and reveal something. But reveal what I was the one who'd found the bones, the one who'd called him. If anyone was hiding something, it was him. I paced the kitchen, replaying every word of our conversation, every glance, every pause. His offer to buy the house wasn't just strange. It was wrong, like a piece of a puzzle I didn't even know I was solving. I tried to go back to work, to focus on the lines and measurements of my CAD designs, but my eyes kept drifting to the backyard. The tarp was still there, a dark blot against the grass. And every time I looked at it, I felt a pull, like the bones were calling me back. I couldn't shake the image of that skull fragment, its hollow sockets staring up at me, or the way Dalton had barely glanced at it before dismissing it. He hadn't even taken a picture, hadn't called for backup. What kind of sheriff does that? I sat down, my hands trembling, and opened my laptop to search for anything about missing persons in Cassville. The internet was spotty out here, the connection dropping every few minutes. But I managed to pull up a few old articles. Nothing stood out. No unsolved murders. No missing hikers. Just small-town news about fairs and church fundraisers. But the absence of information felt deliberate, like someone had swept the truth under the rug. That night, the house felt different. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It was heavy, oppressive, like it was waiting for something to break. I locked every door, checked every window, but it didn't help. I kept picturing Dalton's SUV, the red clay caked on its tires, and wondered where he'd been. Had he come back here after I'd called him? Had he stood over that hole in the dark, staring at the bones I'd uncovered? The thought made my chest tight, like I couldn't get enough air. I poured another whiskey, the burn in my throat grounding me. But it couldn't erase the questions. What if the bones weren't old? What if they were recent, and Dalton knew exactly who they belonged to? I didn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside made me sit up, my heart racing. Around 2 a.m., I grabbed a flashlight and went out to the backyard, driven by some irrational need to check the hole. The tarp was still in place, but the ground around it looked wrong. The dirt was smoother, more packed, like someone had been there pressing it down. I crouched, shining the flashlight across the surface, and saw faint ridges, like the tread of a boot. My breath caught in my throat. I hadn't been out here since Saturday, and Bill hadn't come by. Someone else had. I stood up, scanning the woods, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The trees stared back, their branches swaying slightly, but there was no one there. At least, no one I could see. The next morning, I called Jason again, my voice low, like I was afraid someone was listening. I told him about Dalton's visit, the mud on his car, the way the ground had changed. He didn't say much, just told me to stay calm and not touch anything until he got there. "Sounds like you're on to something," he said, his tone careful. "But don't do anything stupid." I promised I wouldn't, but the truth was, I was already in too deep. I couldn't unsee the bones, couldn't unhear Dalton's too casual offer to buy my house. I spent the day trying to act normal, working on my designs, making coffee. But every few minutes, I'd glance out the window, half expecting to see that SUV back in my driveway. By Wednesday, the unease had settled into my bones, as real as the ones in the ground. I kept the blinds closed, the doors locked, but it didn't matter. The house felt like it was watching me, like the walls themselves knew something I didn't. I started noticing little things. My keys not where I'd left them. A glass moved slightly on the counter, small enough to dismiss as my imagination. But they added up, each one a tiny crack in my sense of safety. I kept thinking about Dalton, his clean-shaven face, his practiced smile, the way he'd said, "patch of land," like it was more than just dirt. I wondered what he was protecting and why it felt like he was watching me as much as I was watching him. The house was no longer mine. It belonged to the bones, to the secrets buried in the dirt, and to the shadow of Sheriff Dalton. I woke up Thursday morning with a pit in my stomach, the kind that tells you something's wrong before your mind catches up. I'd barely slept the night, filled with half-dreams of hands clawing through the soil, of eyes watching from the woods. I made coffee, my hands moving on autopilot. But when I went to grab my laptop to check emails, it wasn't there. I froze my mug halfway to my lips. I'd left it on the dining table last night. I was sure of it. I searched the house, checking the kitchen, the living room, even under the couch, but it was gone. Nothing else was missing. No wallet, no phone. Just the laptop, the one thing I'd used to search for answers about Cassville. I stood in the dining room, my pulse hammering in my ears, and looked out at the backyard. The tarp was still there, but the ground around it looked different again, more disturbed, like someone had been digging. I grabbed my flashlight and went outside, my breath visible in the cool morning air. The dirt was packed hard with fresh ridges and indentations, as if someone had tried to smooth it over, but hadn't quite finished. I lifted the tarp, my hands shaking, and saw that the bones were gone. Not just covered gone. The hole was deeper, the dirt looser, like it had been scooped out and refilled. My knees buckled, and I sat down hard on the grass, staring at the empty hole. Someone had been here, someone who knew exactly what I'd found. I called Jason immediately, my voice shaking, as I told him about the laptop, the missing bones, the disturbed dirt. "Don't touch anything," he said, his tone sharp now. "I'm coming tomorrow. Just stay out of the backyard." I agreed, but staying away was impossible. The hole was a magnet, pulling me back every few hours to check to see if I'd missed something. I kept imagining Dalton out there in the dark, his hands in the dirt, erasing the evidence. I pictured his SUV parked on the road, the red clay caked on its tires, and felt a surge of anger. He wasn't just dismissing me. He was covering something up, something big enough to risk coming onto my property. That afternoon, I drove to the hardware store to buy a padlock for the gate at the back of the property. I didn't trust the flimsy latch anymore, not after the bones had vanished. The cashier, an older woman with tired eyes, asked if I was new in town. I nodded, keeping it vague, but she leaned in and said, "Be careful out there. Some folks around here don't like questions." Her words hit me like a punch, and I left the store feeling like the whole town was watching me, waiting for me to step out of line. When I got home, I installed the padlock, my hands fumbling with the screws. The woods seemed closer now, the trees leaning in their shadows, stretching across the yard like fingers. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see Dalton standing there, his fake smile plastered on his face. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat on the couch, the lights off, listening to the house. Every sound, a creak, a rustle felt like a signal, like someone was testing the edges of my world. I kept my phone in my hand. Jason's number on speed dial, but I didn't call. What could I say? That I was scared of my own backyard, that the sheriff was stealing bones in the middle of the night. By the time Jason arrived on Friday, I was a wreck. He pulled up in his beat-up Jeep, his forensics kit slung over his shoulder. I showed him the hole, now empty, and the disturbed dirt around it. He crouched down, his face grim, and took a soil sample, scraping the red clay into a small vial. "This doesn't look right," he said, his voice low. "The soil's been turned recently, and not by you." He didn't say much else, just worked in silence, but I could tell he was shaken. We went back inside, and he asked to see my laptop. When I told him it was gone, his eyes narrowed. "You're sure you didn't misplace it?" I shook my head, my throat tight. "Someone took it. Jason. And I think I know who." The bones were gone, but their presence lingered a ghost that haunted every corner of the house. I couldn't stay in Cassville anymore. The empty hole in the backyard, the missing laptop, the sheriff's muddy tires. They were pieces of a puzzle I didn't want to solve. Jason left that afternoon, promising to run the soil sample through his lab, but his face told me he didn't expect to find much. Could have been anything, he said, but his voice lacked conviction. We both knew the truth was buried deeper than that hole, and neither of us was equipped to dig it up. I stood on the porch as he drove away, watching the dust settle, and felt a weight settle over me. This wasn't my home anymore. It was a trap. I put the house on the market the next day. I didn't care about the price, didn't care about the loss I'd take. I just wanted out. I called a realtor in Springfield, a woman with a brisk voice who didn't ask too many questions. She listed the house as is no repairs, no staging. I didn't tell her about the bones, the sheriff, or the way the woods seemed to watch me at night. I just said I was moving for work. She found buyers within a week, an older couple looking to retire somewhere quiet. The irony wasn't lost on me. I signed the papers in a diner 2 towns over, my hands steady, but my heart racing like I was signing away a piece of myself. I packed up that weekend, shoving clothes, books, and dishes into boxes without care. Every minute in that house felt like borrowed time. I kept the blinds closed, the doors locked, but it didn't matter. The air was thick with unease, like the walls were whispering secrets I wasn't meant to hear. I avoided the backyard, but I could feel it out there, the empty hole mocking me, a reminder of what I'd uncovered and what had been taken away. I wondered who the bones had belonged to, what story they'd told before they were silenced. I wondered if Dalton was still watching, waiting for me to leave, so he could erase the last traces of his secret. I left Cassville on a Monday morning, my truck loaded with boxes, the house empty behind me. I didn't look back as I drove past the diner, the gas station, the fields that stretched into nowhere. I didn't stop until I was 3 hours away in a new town, a new apartment, a new life. But the fear followed me. Every time I saw a patrol car, my chest tightened, my mind flashing back to Dalton's SUV, the red clay on its tires. Every time I heard a creak in my new place, I froze, waiting for the sound of footsteps of someone digging in the dark. I changed my locks, got a security system, but it didn't help. The bones were gone, but their weight was still there, pressing against me, a reminder that some secrets don't stay buried. I never heard from Dalton again. I never went back to Cassville, never checked to see if the new owners found anything in the backyard. I told myself it was over, that I'd escaped. But deep down, I knew better. The bones were a warning, a glimpse into something darker than I could understand. I think about them sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, and I wonder who they were, what they'd seen, what they'd known. I wonder if Dalton is still out there, guarding his secrets, watching for the next person who digs too deep. I don't have answers, and maybe that's the worst part. Not knowing what was buried in my backyard, or who put it there, or why they were so desperate to keep it hidden. All I know is that some things are better left in the ground, and some places are better left behind. The air in my apartment turned heavy the night I first heard it, a slow, deliberate tread above my head, like someone pacing in a room that was supposed to be empty. I was 19, a sophomore in college, living in a cheap fourplex on the edge of town, where the rent was low enough to let me scrape by without a roommate. The building was a sagging relic, tucked behind an abandoned gas station and a sprawl of weed-choked lots. My Unit 2B sat on the second floor, directly beneath an apartment the landlord swore hadn't been occupied in over a year. Nobody's touched it since the last guy, he'd said his was casual, like he was selling me on the silence. I'd nodded, grateful for a place to focus on my studies, away from the chaos of dorm life. But that night, as I sat cross-legged on my couch, biology textbook splayed open, the silence I'd craved felt wrong. It was just past 2 a.m., the witching hour when the world holds its breath. My desk lamp cast a weak glow, barely touching the corners of the room. I'd been cramming for a midterm, my headphones looping the same playlist to keep me awake. Then, something broke through a muffled thud, followed by a slow, measured step. I froze, one hand hovering over my notebook. I yanked out my earbuds, expecting the noise to vanish, a trick of tired ears. But it didn't. The steps continued, uneven, deliberate, crossing the ceiling from one side of the room to the other. Each one landed with a soft weight, like someone barefoot testing the floorboards. I tilted my head, staring at the ceiling, its cracked plaster suddenly foreign. The apartment above me was empty. It had to be. I'd never seen a light flicker through its windows, never heard a door slam or a faucet run. Yet the steps kept coming, pacing, pausing, then pacing again, as if someone up there was thinking, weighing a decision. My heart thudded a dull pulse in my chest. I stood, moving to the center of the room, my eyes locked on the ceiling. The steps stopped, and the silence that followed was worse, thick, expectant, like the air before a storm. I waited, holding my breath, half convinced I'd imagined it. Then, another step, heavier this time, directly above my bed. My stomach twisted. I grabbed a broom from the kitchen corner and tapped the handle against the ceiling 3 sharp knocks. The sound echoed sharp and hollow, but nothing answered. No footsteps, no voice, just that suffocating quiet. I tapped again harder, my knuckles white around the broom. Still nothing. I told myself it was the building settling. Old pipes, groaning anything, but what my gut screamed someone was up there, and they didn't want me to know. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the couch, textbook, forgotten my eyes darting to the ceiling every time the wind rattled the windows. By morning, the fear had dulled to unease, and I texted my landlord, Mark, trying to sound casual. Heard noises upstairs last night. Thought it was empty. His reply came hours later, a single line, still vacant. Probably pipes. I stared at the message, my thumb hovering over the keyboard. Pipes didn't pace. They didn't stop and start, like they were listening. I wanted to push back, demand he check, but I was just a kid renting a cheap apartment. What did I know? Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the air in my place had changed, like it was holding a secret it didn't want to share. The next night, the steps returned, same time, same rhythm. I was in bed this time, staring at the ceiling, my phone glowing faintly on the nightstand. The sound was clearer now. Not just steps, but a faint shuffle, like fabric, dragging across wood. I lay still, my breath shallow, every nerve straining to map the movement above. It wasn't random, it felt purposeful, like someone circling something or someone. I wanted to scream, to bang on the ceiling again, but fear pinned me to the mattress. What if they answered this time? What if they came down? I stayed awake until dawn, my eyes burning, the footsteps fading, just as the first light crept through my blinds. By the third night, I was jumping at every shadow, every creak of the building. The apartment didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt like I was the guest, and whatever was upstairs was the one in control. I started noticing other things. My keys, always left on the kitchen counter, would be on the coffee table. A glass of water I'd left half full would be empty by morning. Small things, easy to dismiss as forgetfulness, but they piled up, each one a needle in my nerves. I told myself I was stressed, that college was getting to me, that I was hearing things. But deep down, I knew better. The footsteps weren't pipes. They weren't imagination. They were real, and they were waiting for something. I just didn't know what. The door to the upstairs apartment hung loose, its lock splintered as if someone had forced their way in and didn't care who noticed. It was a Thursday night, 3 days after the footsteps started, and I couldn't take it anymore. The pacing had become a ritual, starting just after midnight, stopping just before dawn. Each night, it felt closer, heavier, like whatever was up there was pressing down through the ceiling, testing the space between us. I'd stopped sleeping my eyes, red from staring at the ceiling, my body wired on coffee and fear. I had to know what was happening. I had to see for myself. I grabbed a flashlight from under the sink, its beam weak but steady, and slipped into the hallway. The stairwell to the 3rd floor was at the end of the corridor, a narrow, unlit passage that smelled of damp wood and neglect. I'd never had a reason to go up there before. The landlord had pointed it out when I moved in a quick nod toward the locked door, saying it led to the empty unit. Now, as I approached, my pulse hammered in my throat. The door was metal rusted at the edges, with a heavy deadbolt that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. But when I reached for the knob, it turned too easily, the lock dangling, broken the frame around it cracked, like someone had taken a crowbar to it. I froze my hand still on the knob. The air in the stairwell was colder than it should have been, carrying a faint smell of doubt and something sharper, like old blood. I clicked on the flashlight, the beam cutting through the dark, revealing scuff marks on the walls, long, uneven streaks, as if someone had dragged their hands or something heavier along them. My stomach churned, but I couldn't turn back. Not now. I pushed the door open, wincing at the low groan of the hinges, and started up the stairs, each step creaking under my weight. The flashlight shook in my hand, the light dancing across the walls, catching more marks, some fresh, some faded. Like this wasn't the first time someone had come through. At the top, another door waited. This one already cracked open, a sliver of darkness spilling out. I stood there, my breath loud in my ears, every instinct screaming to run. But I had to know. I pushed the door gently, and it swung inward, revealing a room, swallowed by shadow. The air was thick, stale, like the place hadn't been aired out in years. My flashlight swept across the floor, catching bare wood, scuffed and scratched, until it landed on something in the center of the room, a mattress, old and torn, lying directly above where my bed would be downstairs. My heart stopped. The mattress was stained dark blotches spreading across it, like ink, reddish brown, uneven, soaked deep into the fabric. It wasn't dirt. It wasn't water. It was blood, old and crusted, but unmistakable. I stepped closer, my legs trembling, the flashlight beam shaking. The stains weren't random. They formed a shape, almost like a body had lain there bleeding out. My mind raced, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was paint. Maybe it was a prank. But the smell hit me. Then faint, but undeniable, a metallic tang that made my stomach lurch. I backed away, my foot catching on a loose floorboard, and the sound echoed too loud in the empty space. I froze, listening, half expecting the footsteps to start again, right here, right now. But the room stayed silent, the kind of silence that feels alive, like it's watching you. I turned to leave, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. That's when I noticed something else. On the wall near the mattress, scratched into the wood, were marks not random, but deliberate. Letters, maybe, or symbols too worn to make out clearly. But they looked old, like they'd been there longer than the stains. I didn't want to look closer. I didn't want to be in that room another second. I backed out, pulling the door shut behind me, and ran down the stairs, the flashlight beam bouncing wildly. I slammed my apartment door, locked every bolt, and shoved a chair under the knob, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip it. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the living room, all the lights on my back against the wall, listening. Around 3:30 a.m., the footsteps started again, slower this time, heavier, like they were savoring each step. Then, something new, a faint dragging sound, like fabric or flesh sliding across the floor. My blood ran cold. I stared at the ceiling, imagining that mattress, those stains, the marks on the wall. The sounds stopped abruptly, replaced by 3 loud thuds, like someone dropping to their knees, directly above my bed. The impact vibrated through the ceiling, through my bones. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just sat there, waiting for the next sound, the one that would mean they were coming for me. The dents in the ceiling were small, precise, like knees had pressed into the drywall, marking the spot where I slept. The morning after I found the mattress, I went back upstairs, phone in hand, ready to record everything. I needed proof, something to show I wasn't losing my mind. But when I reached the stairwell, the door was shut, the lock intact, gleaming, like it had been replaced overnight. I stared at it, my stomach sinking. The splintered frame was gone, the knob solid, no trace of the damage I'd seen. I checked my phone, pulling up the photo I'd taken of the broken lock. It was still there, clear as day, cracked wood, dangling knob. But the door in front of me was pristine, mocking me with its perfection. I didn't go up. I couldn't. Instead, I went back to my apartment, my mind spiraling. Had someone fixed it while I was asleep? had I imagined the whole thing I called Mark, my voice shaking as I described the footsteps, the door, the mattress. He laughed a short, dismissive sound and said the door had been reinforced months ago. "No way it's broken," he said. "You're stressed, kid. Get some sleep." I wanted to scream to make him come, see for himself, but his tone told me he wouldn't. I hung up, feeling more alone than ever, the walls of my apartment closing in. The footsteps didn't stop. If anything, they got worse. Every night, like clockwork, they started just after midnight, pacing, dragging, pausing. I stopped sleeping in my bed, opting for the couch, but even that felt exposed. I started noticing the air in the apartment changing, growing heavy, like it was carrying a weight I couldn't see. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, certain someone was standing over me. I'd check every lock, every window, but nothing was ever out of place. Yet the feeling persisted, a prickling on my skin, like eyes boring into me from above. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my flashlight and climbed onto my bed, shining the beam at the ceiling. That's when I saw them. 3 small circular dents, spaced like knees, directly above where my pillow lay. They were shallow, but unmistakable, pressed into the drywall with a precision that made my blood run cold. I touched them, my fingers trembling, feeling the rough edges where the plaster had buckled. They hadn't been there before. I'd have noticed. I stared at them, my mind racing. Someone or something had been up there, kneeling, pressing down right above me as I slept. I moved out of the bedroom entirely after that, sleeping on the couch with every light on. I started spending as little time in the apartment as possible studying at the library until it closed, crashing at a friend's place when I could. But the feeling of being watched followed me, a shadow that clung to my peripheral vision. I'd catch glimpses of movement, flickers in the corner of my eye, gone when I turned. My grades slipped. My focus shattered. I was unraveling, and the apartment was the center of it all. I told a friend, Sarah, about the footsteps, the mattress, the dents. She listened, her eyes wide, but I could tell she didn't fully believe me. "Maybe it's just the building," she said. "Old places make noises." I wanted to believe her, but I couldn't. Not after the dents, not after the door that fixed itself. I started researching the building online, digging through old records, anything that might explain what was happening. I found nothing. No news articles, no police reports, just a vague mention of the fourplex being built in the 1960s. But the absence of information felt wrong. like someone had scrubbed the place clean. The worst night came a week later. I was on the couch, half asleep, when the footsteps started again. They were different this time, faster, erratic, like someone was running in circles above me. Then, a loud crash, like something heavy falling. I bolted upright, my heart in my throat. The air felt electric, charged with something I couldn't name. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911. But what would I say? That my empty upstairs neighbor was throwing furniture. Instead, I sat there, frozen, as the sounds continued, scraping, thudding, then silence. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't move until the sun came up, casting weak light through the blinds. The silence wasn't peace. It was a warning, a pause before something worse. After the night of the crash, the footsteps stopped. No pacing, no dragging, no thuds. The apartment was quiet, but it wasn't comforting. It felt like a trap, like whatever was upstairs was holding its breath, waiting for me to let my guard down. I couldn't stay there anymore. I spent the next day packing, shoving clothes and books into bags, my hands shaking with every glance at the ceiling. I called Mark and told him I was breaking the lease. He didn't argue, just sighed and said he'd mail my deposit. His voice was flat, like he'd heard this before, like I wasn't the first tenant to run. I moved out that night, crashing at Sarah's place, then finding a new apartment closer to campus. I told myself I was free, that I'd left it behind. But the feeling of being watched never left. I'd wake up at 2 a.m., heart pounding, certain I'd heard footsteps. I'd check my new apartment, every corner, every window, but nothing was ever there. Still, I couldn't shake the image of that mattress, those stains, the dents in the ceiling. They were burned into my mind, a constant reminder that something had been in that apartment, something that knew I was there. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe someone was squatting upstairs, sneaking in through the broken door. Maybe the mattress was from a homeless person. The stains just dirt or rust. But none of it added up. The door that fixed itself, the dents that appeared overnight, the footsteps that followed a rhythm only I seemed to hear. It was too deliberate, too personal. I started avoiding quiet places, staying in crowded coffee shops or libraries, anywhere I wasn't alone. But even in a crowd, I'd feel it, that prickling on my neck, that sense of eyes just out of sight. I never told anyone else the full story. Sarah knew bits and pieces, but I left out the worst parts, the mattress, the dents, the way the air seemed to watch me. I didn't want to sound crazy. I didn't want to give it more power. I deleted the photo of the broken door, afraid that keeping it would somehow keep the connection alive. But I couldn't delete the memory. It was there every time I closed my eyes, every time I heard a floorboard creak. A year later, I drove past the fourplex. It was still there, unchanged, the upstairs windows, dark and empty. I didn't stop, didn't get out. I just sat at the stoplight, staring my hands tight on the steering wheel. For a moment, I swore I saw a shadow move behind the glass, a faint flicker, like someone standing just out of view. I told myself it was a trick of the light, but my heart raced all the way home. I don't know what was in that apartment. I don't know if it was a person, a ghost, or something else entirely. All I know is it saw me, and it wanted me to know it was there. Sometimes I wonder if it's still up there, pacing, waiting for the next tenant. I wonder if the landlord ever fixed the door for real, or if he just keeps renting out 2B, knowing what's above it. I wonder if the next person heard the footsteps, saw the stains, felt the weight of those unseen eyes. I hope they didn't. I hope they got out faster than I did. But deep down, I know that place isn't done. It's waiting, patient, silent, for someone else to move in and listen. It was 2:47 a.m. when I woke to the sound of my own heartbeat pounding like a drum in a silent room, certain that someone was standing just outside my window, watching me through the glass. My name is David, and I had come to this remote hunting cabin in Montana to escape the wreckage of my life. Last September, I finalized a divorce that left me hollow, a 38-year-old man untethered from the world I'd known. The endless court dates, the splitting of assets, the pitying glances from friends, it was suffocating. I needed silence, a place where the world couldn't find me. So I scoured rental sites, my eyes landing on a listing for a one-bedroom cabin nestled deep in the Montana wilderness. The photos showed a weathered wooden structure framed by towering pines, a small porch with a single rocking chair, and a stone fireplace promising warmth against the autumn chill. No neighbors, no cell service, no distractions. It was perfect, or so I thought. I packed my truck with the essentials, a duffel bag of clothes, a stack of dog-eared paperbacks, a cooler of food, and a thermos for coffee. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. Not my sister, who'd been texting me daily to check in. Not my co-workers who'd stopped inviting me to drinks after I turned them down one too many times. I wanted to disappear, to let the world spin on without me for 2 weeks. The drive to the cabin took 6 hours, winding through highways that bled into narrow dirt roads, the trees growing denser with every mile. When I arrived, the air was crisp, heavy, with the scent of pine and damp earth. The cabin was smaller than I'd imagined, its wooden walls stained dark by years of weather, but it felt like a sanctuary. I unloaded my things, lit a fire, and sat on the porch that first night, listening to the wind whisper through the trees. For the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe. The first 3 days were everything I'd hoped for. I'd wake at dawn, brew coffee, and hike a trail behind the cabin that led to a small stream, its water so clear I could see the pebbles glinting like jewels beneath the surface. I'd sit there for hours, the thermos warm in my hands, watching the light shift through the branches. The solitude was intoxicating. No emails, no notifications, just the rhythm of the forest. I read by the fire at night, the crackle of logs drowning out the noise in my head. I started to feel like myself again, or at least a version of myself I could live with. But on the 4th day, something shifted. It was subtle at first, like a note out of tune in a song you've heard 100 times. I noticed it that morning while making breakfast. My bag of trail mix, the one I'd left on the counter, felt lighter than it should. I'd only eaten a handful the day before, but now it was half empty. The plastic crinkled, as if someone had rummaged through it. I stood there, staring at the bag, my mind racing for explanations. Maybe I'd eaten more than I thought I'd been, distracted, after all, lost in my books and hikes. But the unease lingered, a cold finger tracing down my spine. I shook it off, chalking it up to exhaustion, and went about my day. That night, as I locked the cabin door before bed, I felt a draft, sharp and cold, slicing through the warmth of the fire. I checked the windows, the door, every corner of the small space. Everything was secure, but the air felt wrong, heavy, like it was holding its breath. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the darkness pressing against my eyes. The forest was silent, too silent, as if the world outside had paused. Then I heard it, a faint creak, not from the cabin, but from the roof. It was slow, deliberate, like the weight of a foot testing the shingles. My heart lurched, and I sat up, straining to listen. Another creak, then another, moving across the roof toward the chimney. I told myself it was an animal, a raccoon maybe, or a branch caught in the wind. But the rhythm was too measured, too human. I didn't sleep that night, my eyes fixed on the bedroom door, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did, but the feeling stayed a weight in my chest that wouldn't lift. The next morning, I stepped onto the porch to clear my head. That's when I saw them, muddy footprints, fresh and stark, against the weathered wood. They weren't mine. My boots were clean, tucked inside by the door. These prints were larger, heavier, the tread of work boots etched deep into the mud. They circled the porch, looping around the rocking chair, as if someone had stood there, watching the cabin, watching me. My breath caught in my throat, and I followed the prints with my eyes. They led off the porch and toward the trail, disappearing into the damp earth. I stood frozen, the coffee in my hand, growing cold, my mind screaming one question. Who the hell was out here with me? The forest wasn't empty anymore. It was watching me, waiting, its silence, a mask for something alive and patient just beyond the trees. The muddy footprints on the porch shook me, but I wasn't ready to pack up and leave. Not yet. I'd come to Montana to reclaim myself, to prove I could stand alone after the divorce had torn me apart. Running now felt like admitting defeat, not just to the forest, but to everything I'd been trying to escape. So I stayed, telling myself I could handle whatever this was. Maybe it was a local, someone curious about the new guy in the cabin. Maybe it was nothing. But deep down, I knew better. I spent that morning scouring the property, looking for more signs. The trail behind the cabin was a narrow path of packed dirt, winding through pines so dense they blocked out the sun. I followed it to the stream, my eyes scanning the ground for more footprints. There were none, but the air felt different, thicker, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I knelt by the stream, the water gurgling softly, and noticed something odd. A single pebble, perfectly round and smooth, placed deliberately on a larger rock. It hadn't been there the day before. I picked it up, its weight cold and heavy in my palm, and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn air. It was a marker, a sign someone had been here, leaving something for me to find. Back at the cabin, I double-checked every lock, every window. The door was sturdy, the windows sealed tight, but the draft from the night before lingered in my mind. I started noticing other things, small, unsettling details I'd overlooked. A knife I'd left on the counter was now in the sink, its blade smeared with something dark like sap or dirt. A book I'd been reading, left open on the table, was now closed, its pages slightly creased. Each discovery tightened the knot in my stomach, a growing certainty that I wasn't alone. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was sleep-deprived. Maybe the divorce had left me paranoid. But the evidence was piling up, each piece, a whisper of something wrong. That evening, I sat by the fire, trying to lose myself in a book, but the words blurred on the page. The cabin, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage. Every sound, the wind, the creak of the floorboards, the distant hoot of an owl made me flinch. I kept glancing at the windows, expecting to see a face pressed against the glass eyes, gleaming in the dark. Around midnight, the creaking on the roof returned slower this time, as if whoever was up there knew I was listening. I grabbed a flashlight, my hands shaking, and stepped outside, shining the beam across the roof. Nothing. Just shingles and shadows. But the air was heavy, charged like the moment before a storm breaks. I didn't sleep that night either. Instead, I sat on the couch, the flashlight in one hand, a kitchen knife in the other, listening to the forest. The creaking stopped, but the silence was worse. Thick, oppressive, like a weight pressing down on me. I started to wonder about the cabin's history. Who had lived here before? Why was it so isolated, so far from any road or town? The listing had mentioned it was a hunting cabin, but there were no trophies on the walls, no signs of hunter's gear, just the bare essentials, a bed, a table, a fireplace. It felt less like a retreat and more like a place to hide. The next day, I decided to take action. I drove 40 minutes to the nearest town, a small cluster of gas stations and diners called Red Lodge. The store was a cramped general shop, its shelves stocked with fishing gear and canned goods. I bought a cheap trail camera, the kind hunters use to track deer, and a padlock for the cabin door. The clerk, an older man with a weathered face, asked what I needed the camera for. I mumbled something about wildlife, but his eyes lingered on me, sharp and knowing, as if he could see the fear I was trying to hide. "Careful out there," he said, as I left his voice low, almost a warning. When I got back to the cabin, I installed the camera in a tree near the trail, angling it to catch anyone approaching from the back. I tested it, watching the red light blink as it recorded. It felt like a small victory, a way to take control. That night, I didn't light the fire. I wanted to stay alert to hear every sound. I sat in the dark, wrapped in a blanket, the knife on the table beside me. The creaking on the roof came again, softer now, almost mocking. Then a new sound, a rustling, like leaves being brushed aside, but not by the wind. It came from the trail, close, deliberate. I gripped the knife, my pulse hammering in my ears, and waited for dawn. The footage was grainy. But there he was, a man in a dark hoodie, standing motionless at the edge of the trees, his face swallowed by shadow, watching me like I was prey. The moment the sun rose, I bolted outside to retrieve the camera's SD card. My hands were clumsy, fumbling with the slot, my breath fogging in the cold morning air. I hadn't slept, and my eyes burned, but I needed to know what was out there. Back inside, I plugged the card into my laptop my heart pounding as the files loaded. Most of the clips were mundane. A squirrel darting across the trail, a deer pausing to sniff the air, the trees swaying in the wind. But at 2:47 a.m., there was a clip that stopped my breath. He stood at the tree line, maybe 50 feet from the cabin, his figure barely discernible in the grainy infrared glow. A dark hoodie obscured his face, but his posture was unmistakable, still deliberate, like a statue carved from the night. He didn't move, didn't shift his weight, just stood there, facing the cabin. For 5 agonizing minutes, he watched his presence, a silent threat. Then the footage cut out, as if he'd known exactly when to vanish. I played it again and again, zooming in, trying to make out his face, but the shadows clung to him like a second skin. My stomach churned a mix of fear and violation. Someone had been out there, watching me, and I hadn't even known. I sat back, my hands trembling, the knife still on the table. The cabin, once a refuge, now felt like a trap, its walls too thin, its windows too exposed. I thought about packing up and leaving, driving back to Missoula, and never looking back. But something stopped me. Stubbornness, maybe, or a need to understand what I was dealing with. I couldn't shake the image of that figure, standing so still, so patient. It wasn't random. He wasn't a hiker who'd wandered too close. He was here for me, or for this place, and I needed to know why. I spent the day fortifying the cabin. I wedged a chair under the door handle, checked the windows again, and moved my bed away from the wall, closer to the center of the room. I kept the camera running, repositioning it to cover a wider angle. Every hour I checked the footage, but there was nothing new, just trees and wildlife. The normalcy of it was maddening, like the forest was taunting me with its calm. I started to question myself. Had I imagined the footprints, the missing trail, mix the knife in the sink? Was the divorce making me see threats where there were none? But the footage was real. That man was real. That night, I locked myself in the bedroom. The knife on the nightstand, a flashlight in my hand. I set up small markers by the door, twigs arranged in a cross pattern, barely noticeable unless you were looking. If someone came in, I'd know. The creaking on the roof returned softer now, almost cautious, like he knew I was listening. Then a new sound, a faint scrape, like something dragging across the porch. My heart slammed against my ribs, and I gripped the knife, my knuckles white. I wanted to check the windows, but the thought of seeing that hooded figure staring back kept me frozen. The scraping stopped, replaced by silence, but it wasn't comforting. It was the kind of silence that hides something like the pause before a predator strikes. The next morning, I checked the markers. One twig was gone, just one, its absence glaring in the pattern. My breath hitched, and I ran to the kitchen. Another can of chili was missing the second one that week. But worse, there was a smear of mud on the inside handle of the front door, fresh, red-tinted, like the clay from the trail. Someone had been inside while I slept, moving through my space, touching my things. My knees buckled, and I sank to the floor, the knife still in my hand. The violation was visceral, like someone had reached inside me and twisted. I wasn't safe here, not anymore. I checked the camera again, my hands shaking so badly I could barely load the card. The footage from 3:12 a.m. showed him again, closer this time, maybe 20 feet from the cabin. The same hoodie, the same stillness, but now he held something, a tool, maybe a stick, gripped tightly in his hand. He stared directly at the lens, as if he knew it was there, as if he wanted me to see him. My stomach lurched, and I slammed the laptop shut. I didn't want to watch anymore. I didn't want to know what he was holding, what he was planning. All I knew was that he was getting closer, and I was running out of time. I packed my truck in a frenzy, my hands shaking as I threw clothes and books into bags. But even as I prepared to flee, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, waiting for me to make a move. The mud on the door handle was the final straw. I couldn't stay in the cabin another night, not with him coming closer, not with the proof that he'd been inside. I started packing that morning, shoving everything into my truck without care. Clothes, books, the cooler. None of it mattered as much as getting out. The forest, once a refuge, now felt like a living thing, its trees leaning in its shadows too deep. Every rustle, every snap of a twig made me spin around, expecting to see him standing there, that hooded figure with his unreadable face. I kept the knife in my pocket, its weight a small comfort as I worked. I checked the camera one last time, hoping for some clue, some explanation. The latest clip, recorded just before sunrise, showed him again closer than ever. He stood at the edge of the porch, his boots leaving fresh prints in the mud. He was holding the same object, a long, thin shape, maybe a crowbar or a piece of wood. He didn't move, didn't touch the door, just stood there, staring at the cabin. Then he turned to the camera, his face still hidden, and raised the object slightly, like a salute. The footage cut out. I felt sick, my stomach twisting as I realized he knew about the camera. He was playing with me, toying with my fear. I deleted the clip, as if that could erase him, but the image was burned into my mind. I finished packing my movements, frantic, my breath shallow. I kept glancing at the windows, half expecting to see him standing there. But the forest was empty, the trail silent. Too silent. I locked the cabin, double-checking every bolt, and climbed into the truck. The engine roared to life, a sound that felt jarring in the stillness. I pulled out the tires, crunching on gravel, and didn't look back. The drive to Missoula was a blur. I kept checking the rearview mirror, certain I'd see headlights or the glint of a hoodie in the trees. My hands gripped the wheel so tightly, my knuckles ached. I didn't stop for gas, even when the tank light blinked on. I just needed to get away, to put miles between me and that cabin. When I finally reached the city, the noise of traffic and people felt alien, like I'd been gone for years instead of days. I checked into a cheap motel, locked the door, and sat on the bed, the knife still in my pocket. I didn't sleep. Every sound, a car door, a voice in the hall, made me jump. I emailed the cabin owner that night, keeping it vague. The place felt unsafe. I wrote, "I'm leaving early." I didn't mention the footprints, the missing food, the man in the footage. What could I say that wouldn't sound insane? I didn't expect a reply, and I didn't get one. The next day, I drove to a friend's place in Spokane, needing familiar faces, needing to feel grounded. But the fear followed me. At night, I'd wake at 2:47 a.m., my heart racing, certain I'd heard footsteps on the roof. I'd check the windows, the locks, even the closet, but there was nothing. Just me, alone with my memories. I started having nightmares, vivid, suffocating dreams where I was back in the cabin, the man standing at the window, his face still hidden. In some dreams, he'd raise the object he'd been holding, and I'd wake before I could see what it was. In others, he'd step inside the door, creaking open, and I'd feel his presence, heavy and cold, before I jolted awake. I got a dog, a scrappy mutt named Max, hoping his barking would ease my nerves. It helped, but only a little. The feeling of being watched never left, a constant prickle on the back of my neck. Weeks later, I found the SD card in my bag, the one from the trail camera, and against my better judgment, I watched the footage again, hoping for answers, dreading what I'd find. I tried to move on. I rented a new apartment, changed my locks, threw myself into work. But the cabin haunted me. Every creak in the floorboards, every shadow in the corner of my eye brought me back to those nights in Montana. I avoided talking about it, even with friends. When I did mention it, I left out the worst parts, the mud on the door, the man in the footage. I didn't want their pity or their disbelief. I just wanted to forget. But forgetting wasn't easy. One night, cleaning out my bag, I found the SD card tucked into a side pocket, like a forgotten relic. I stared at it, my heart sinking. I should have thrown it out, but something curiosity maybe, or a need for closure, made me plug it into my laptop, the clips loaded. And there he was, that hooded figure, standing at the tree line, then closer, then on the porch. I froze my finger, hovering over the delete key. But there was one clip I hadn't watched, one recorded after I'd left. It was time-stamped 6:03 a.m., just after sunrise on the day I drove away. The footage showed the cabin quiet and empty, the porch bathed in soft morning light. Then, movement, a shadow at the edge of the frame. He stepped into view, closer than ever, his hoodie pulled tight. He walked to the door, paused, and placed something on the porch. It was small, round like the pebble I'd found by the stream. Then he turned to the camera, his face still hidden, and raised his hand, not in a wave, but a gesture that felt final, like he was saying goodbye. The clip ended. I didn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about the pebble, the footprints, the way he'd moved through my space, like a ghost. Who was he? A squatter? A local with a grudge? Or something else? Something tied to the land, to the cabin itself. I searched online for information about the property, but found nothing. No history, no previous tenants. Just the rental listing, now marked unavailable. I called the owner, but the number was disconnected. It was like the cabin had vanished, taking its secrets with it. I started avoiding isolated places. No more hikes, no more solo trips. I stuck to cities, to noise, to people. But the fear lingered a shadow I couldn't shake. I'd see a hoodie in a crowd and freeze my heart racing until I realized it was just a stranger. I'd wake at 2:47 a.m., Max growling softly at the window, and I'd check the locks, the curtains, the street below. Nothing was ever there, but the feeling was. I told myself it was over, that whatever had happened was tied to that cabin, that place. But sometimes, late at night, I'd hear a faint creak, like footsteps on a roof, and I'd wonder if he was still out there, waiting. Not for me, maybe, but for the next person to stumble into his world. I'll never know who he was or why he watched me. But some nights, when the world is too quiet, I feel him still out there, still waiting, a shadow that never leaves. It's been over a year since I left that cabin, but the memory is as sharp as ever. I've rebuilt my life, piece by piece, a new job, a new city, a new routine. Max sleeps at the foot of my bed, his warmth a reminder that I'm not alone. But the cabin is still there, in the back of my mind, a dark corner I can't fully escape. I don't talk about it anymore. Friends who know the story think it's just a creepy anecdote, something to laugh about over beers. But they didn't see the footage. They didn't feel the weight of those eyes, hidden in shadow, watching from the trees. I've tried to make sense of it. Maybe he was a drifter, living off the land, using the cabin as a temporary shelter. Maybe he was a hunter, territorial about his space. But those explanations feel hollow. A drifter doesn't stand still for 5 minutes staring at a camera. A hunter doesn't leave pebbles or sneak inside to steal chili. There was something deliberate about him, something patient, like he was studying me, waiting for something I'll never understand. I've thought about going back just once to see if the cabin is still there, to see if he is. But the thought makes my chest tighten. My hands go cold. I don't want to know what's waiting in those woods. I don't want to see that hoodie again, or that pebble, or that smear of mud. I've learned something from this. Something I wish I could unlearn some places. Some people aren't meant to be found. They exist in the shadows, on the edges of the world. And when you cross into their space, they don't let you go. Sometimes I wonder about the next person who rents that cabin. Will they see the footprints, hear the creaks, find the pebble? Will they feel him watching, or will he stay hidden, waiting for someone else to disturb his silence? I check the rental site sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, but the listing is gone, like it never existed. Maybe it's better that way. Maybe some places are meant to stay forgotten. But I don't forget. I can't. Every creak in my apartment, every shadow that moves too quickly, brings me back to that night, to that figure in the trees. I don't know who he was or what he wanted, but I know he was real. And I know that somewhere out there in the Montana wilderness, he's still watching, still waiting for someone new to step into his world. It was just past 11 p.m., and the Arkansas hills seemed to swallow my headlights whole. Hickory Creek Road stretched ahead, a narrow ribbon of asphalt, cutting through endless trees, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. I'd driven this route 100 times growing up, but tonight it felt wrong, like the air itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to break free. My old sedan hummed along the radio, spitting static, when I caught a flicker in my rearview mirror. Two pale, trembling lights, too close, too bright, like eyes, boring into the back of my skull. A truck, old and boxy, was right on my bumper, its high beams flashing in sharp, deliberate bursts. My pulse spiked. This wasn't a drunk driver or a kid messing around. This felt like a hunter locking onto prey. I was 25 back in Arkansas after quitting my job in Nashville. to help my dad recover from a stroke. Life had slowed to a crawl, errands, meds, and long drives through the hills to clear my head. That night, I'd been at a friend's place an hour from home and chose Hickory Creek to avoid construction on the main highway. It was a road I knew like the back of my hand, or so I thought. The darkness out here was different, thicker, like it could press against your skin. My windows were cracked open, letting in the cool October air, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. The playlist on my phone was the only thing keeping me grounded until those headlights appeared. At first, I didn't think much of it. Just another driver, maybe impatient, maybe lost. I eased off the gas, dropping to 5 under the limit, giving them room to pass. But the truck didn't budge. It stayed glued to my tail, its lights flooding my car with a harsh, blinding glow. I squinted my eyes, stinging, and adjusted the rearview mirror to cut the glare. The truck's shape was clearer now, an old pickup, late 80s maybe, with a squared-off grille and a faint rattle in its engine. Its high beams flicked, on and off, not randomly, but in a pattern. 3 quick flashes, a pause, then 2 long ones. It was like a signal. But for what? My hands tightened on the wheel, knuckles aching. I tapped my brakes, hoping they'd back off, but the flashing only grew more insistent, like a warning I couldn't decode. The road twisted through the hills, no street lights, no houses, just trees, pressing in on both sides. My phone had no signal. Dead zones were common out here, but tonight it felt like a trap. I glanced at the dashboard clock, 11:08 p.m. The truck was still there, closer now, maybe 10 feet behind me. I could feel its presence, heavy and deliberate, like it wasn't just following, but chasing. My heart thudded in my chest, a dull, relentless rhythm. I pushed the gas, hitting 5 over the limit, then 10, the engine whining as I took a curve too fast. The truck matched my speed, its lights, never wavering, its grille, looming like a predator in the mirror. I tried to think rationally. Maybe my tail lights were out, or maybe they thought I was someone else. But deep down, I knew this wasn't a mistake. The flashing wasn't random. It was too precise, too controlled. I remembered a story my dad used to tell about truckers on these back roads, how some would mess with lone drivers for kicks, tailing them for miles, just to see how long it took to break them. But this didn't feel like a prank. It felt personal, like whoever was behind that wheel had chosen me. The road stretched on empty and endless. My mouth was dry, my palms slick with sweat. I kept checking the mirror, expecting to see a face, a hand, anything to explain this. But all I saw was the truck, its headlights pulsing like a heartbeat. I thought about pulling over, letting them pass, but the idea of stopping out here in the dark with no one around made my stomach twist. What if they stopped too? What if they got out? My mind raced with images. Some faceless driver stepping into the road, a tire iron in hand. Or worse, just standing there, watching, like they knew something I didn't. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably 15 minutes, I saw a faint green glow up ahead. The old Shell station on Hickory Creek. It was a rundown place, usually closed by 10 p.m., but its lights were a lifeline. I didn't care if it was open. I just needed to be somewhere with cameras, with witnesses, even if they were just machines. I signaled early, my hands shaking, and pulled into the lot, tires crunching on gravel. I glanced in the mirror, expecting to see the truck follow, but it was gone. No headlights, no engine rumble, just darkness swallowing the road behind me. My breath caught in my throat. There hadn't been a turnoff for miles. Where the hell did it go? The gas station's fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a sickly green glow across the empty lot. My car idled by the pump engine humming, but the silence outside was deafening, like the world had paused to watch me. I sat there, gripping the wheel, scanning the road for those headlights, half expecting them to reappear, flashing their relentless code. The Shell station was closed, its windows dark, a chain looping through the door handles. But the lights were on, and that was enough to keep me from losing it completely. I told myself I was safe here, but the back of my neck prickled like eyes were boring into me from the trees beyond the lot. I cut the engine, but kept the doors locked, my breath shallow. The station was a relic, peeling paint, rusted pumps, and a faded sign that read, "Back at 6 Huzuru a.m." I got out, pretending to check my tires, but really, I just needed to move, to shake off the weight of that truck's presence. The air was cold, sharp, with the scent of gasoline and wet leaves. Every few seconds, I glanced at the road, expecting to see those headlights swing into view. But the highway stayed empty, a black void stretching into the hills. My heart was still racing, my pulse loud in my ears. I tried to piece it together. Maybe the truck had turned off somewhere. Maybe I'd missed a side road in the dark. But I knew better. There were no turnoffs on that stretch of Hickory Creek, not for at least 2 miles. I circled the car, my sneakers crunching on the gravel, and that's when I saw it, tire tracks on the edge of the lot, just outside the glow of the pumps. They were fresh, deep, the kind made by heavy tires in soft mud. My stomach lurched. The tracks curved in a tight arc, like someone had pulled in idled, then swung back toward the highway, the same direction I'd come from. I followed them with my eyes, my breath hitching as they disappeared into the dark. They weren't random. They were deliberate, like someone had been here, waiting, then left just before I arrived. I climbed back into the car, locking the doors again, and sat there, staring at the dashboard. The clock read 11:12 p.m. Only 4 minutes had passed since I'd pulled in, but it felt like hours. I tried to call my dad, then a friend, but my phone still had no signal. The dead zone felt like a cage, now cutting me off from the world. I kept replaying the drive, the truck's lights, the way it matched my every move, the way it vanished without a trace. My mind spiraled. What if it was still out there, parked just beyond the trees, waiting for me to move? What if it wasn't a truck at all, but something else? Something that didn't belong on this road. I remembered a story my friend Jake told me years ago about a guy who got tailed on these back roads by a truck that seemed to appear out of nowhere. He'd pulled over, thinking it was a cop, only to find the truck gone when he looked again. Jake swore the guy never drove at night, again said it felt like the truck wasn't real, like it was some kind of ghost tied to the hills. I'd laughed it off back then, but now sitting in this empty lot, it didn't seem so funny. I shook my head, trying to ground myself. Ghosts don't leave tire tracks, I told myself. But the thought didn't help. I decided to wait a few more minutes, just to be sure. The station's lights flickered, casting long shadows that danced across the pavement. Every rustle in the trees made me jump. Every shift in the wind felt like a warning. I kept my eyes on the rearview mirror, half expecting to see those headlights flare up again, but the road stayed empty. My hands were clammy, my throat tight. I thought about driving home, but the idea of getting back on that road alone made my chest constrict. What if the truck was waiting just around the next bend? Finally, I started the engine. The sound jarring in the silence, I pulled out slowly, my eyes darting between the road and the mirrors. The tire tracks were still there, mocking me as I turned back onto Hickory Creek. The drive home was a blur. Every shadow felt like a threat. Every flicker of light, a potential signal. When I finally pulled into my dad's driveway, I sat in the car for another 10 minutes, scanning the street for any sign of that truck. Nothing. Just the quiet hum of the suburbs, the distant bark of a dog. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, watching, waiting for me to let my guard down. The next morning, I woke up with a pit in my stomach, the kind that tells you something's wrong before your brain catches up. My bedroom window faced the street, and I half expected to see that truck parked across the road, its headlights glaring like a predator's eyes. But the street was empty, bathed in pale morning light, as if last night had been a dream. Except it wasn't. The memory of those flashing lights, the tire tracks, the way the truck vanished, it clung to me like damp rot. I couldn't let it go. I needed answers, proof that I hadn't imagined it. So I drove back to the Shell station, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel, determined to see what the cameras had caught. The station looked different in daylight, less menacing, but still desolate, like it hadn't been touched in years. The same faded sign hung on the door, the pumps still rusted at the edges. I parked near the spot where I'd seen the tire tracks, but they were gone now, smoothed over by wind or time or something else. My stomach twisted. I walked inside the bell above the door, jangling too loudly. The clerk, a guy named Marcus, was behind the counter, flipping through a magazine. He looked up, his face blank, like he'd seen 100 people like me before. I explained what happened, carefully, leaving out the part where I felt like I was losing my mind. The truck, the flashing lights, the way it disappeared. I asked if they had security footage from last night. Marcus raised an eyebrow, but nodded. Yeah, we got cameras, he said, his voice flat. Let me check. He disappeared into a back room, leaving me standing there, the hum of a soda cooler filling the silence. My hands were clammy, my heart pounding. I kept glancing out the window, half expecting to see that truck roll into the lot. Marcus came back with a laptop, the screen grainy, but clear enough. He fast-forwarded to 11:03 p.m., 5 minutes before I'd pulled in. My breath caught as the footage showed that truck, the same boxy shape, the same flickering left headlamp, idling at the edge of the lot. It sat there for 2 minutes, its lights dim, then backed out and drove away, disappearing into the dark. I stared at the screen, my mind racing. That didn't make sense. That truck had been behind me, inches from my bumper for miles. I'd seen it, felt it, the glare of its lights burning into my eyes. How could it have been here before me? Marcus played the next clip, 11:08 p.m., my car pulling in. The road behind me was empty. No headlights, no truck, just me alone under the station's lights. I felt sick, like the ground was tilting under my feet. Can you check again? I asked, my voice tight. Maybe there's a gap, a blind spot. Marcus shook his head, rewinding frame by frame. It was the same every time the truck at 11. 03 gone by 11. 08. My car alone. I pressed him desperate. There's no way. It was right behind me. I saw it. Marcus leaned back, his expression unreadable. You're not the first, he said, his voice low, like he was sharing a secret. People come in here sometimes, asking about trucks, figures in the lot, weird stuff on the cameras. Sometimes the footage doesn't line up with what they swear they saw. His words hit me like a punch. I wanted to ask more. What did he mean? Who else had seen it? But my throat was too tight. He shrugged, like it was just another day, and went back to his magazine. I drove home in a daze, the footage replaying in my head. That truck couldn't have been at the station before me. I'd felt its presence, the weight of it, the way its lights seemed to pulse with intent. But the cameras didn't lie. Or did they? I started doubting everything. Had I imagined it? Was I so tired, so stressed from moving back, that my mind had conjured a phantom? But the fear had been real, the pressure in my chest, the way my hands shook. I couldn't shake Marcus's words either. You're not the first. What did that mean? Was this road? This station some kind of magnet for things that didn't add up? That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak in the house sounded like tires on gravel. Every shadow like a headlight's glare. I kept my phone close, scrolling through local forums, searching for stories about Hickory Creek Road. I found a few posts, old ones, buried deep, about drivers seeing strange vehicles, trucks with no plates, lights that followed too close. One guy claimed he'd been tailed for an hour, only to find his gas tank drained when he got home. Another said they'd seen a truck like mine vanish into a fog that wasn't there. The stories were vague, unverified, but they fed the growing dread in my gut. I wasn't alone, but that didn't make me feel better. It made it worse. I haven't driven Hickory Creek Road at night since that day, but it doesn't matter. The truck is still with me, not in my mirrors, but in my head. Its headlights burned into my memory like a brand. Every time I close my eyes, I see those lights flashing 3 quick bursts, a pause, 2 long ones, like a code I'll never crack. It's been years, and I'm 32 now, living a quiet life. But the fear hasn't faded. It's there, in the way I check my rearview mirror too often, the way I freeze when I hear gravel crunch outside. That night changed me, made me question what's real, what's possible. I don't know what I saw, but I know it saw me. I tried to move on after that day at the station. I told myself it was a one-off, a fluke, maybe some local messing with me. But the footage, Marcus's words, the tire tracks, they gnawed at me. I started avoiding that road entirely, sticking to the main highway, even if it meant an extra half hour. I told my dad what happened, leaving out the camera part because I knew he'd call it stress. Tell me to get more sleep. My friends were no better. Most laughed it off, said I'd been watching too many horror movies. But I saw the way they looked at me, like I was fragile, like I'd seen something I shouldn't have. I started noticing things after that. Little things at first. A flicker of light in the distance. When I took out the trash, the sound of an engine idling down the street, always too far to see clearly. Once I found fresh tire tracks in the dirt behind my dad's house, the same deep grooves I'd seen at the station. I told myself it was nothing, just a neighbor's truck, but I started locking the doors at night, something I'd never done growing up. I even bought a cheap security camera for the porch, but it never caught anything, just static and shadows. The worst was the dreams. They started a few weeks after the incident, always the same. I'm driving down Hickory Creek, the road stretching into infinity, and the truck is behind me, its lights blinding. I try to speed up, but the car won't move. I look in the mirror, and the truck's grille fills the frame, but there's no driver, just darkness where a face should be. I wake up at 2:47 a.m. Every time, heart pounding, the room too quiet. I stopped telling people about it. It felt like admitting I was losing it, like the truck had wormed its way into my mind and set up camp. I searched for answers, digging through old newspaper archives, local legends, anything that might explain it. I found stories about Hickory Creek accidents, disappearances, drivers who swore they were followed by vehicles that vanished. One article from the 70s mentioned a trucker who died on that road, his rig found abandoned, no sign of him. Locals called it the Phantom Rig, a ghost story kids told to scare each other. I didn't believe in ghosts, but the more I read, the less I trusted my own skepticism. Marcus's voice kept echoing. You're not the first. How many others had seen it? How many had pulled into that station, shaking, only to find the cameras told a different story? I never went back to the Shell station. I couldn't. The thought of standing in that lot again, under those buzzing lights, made my skin crawl. I moved away a year later to a bigger town, hoping distance would dull the memory. It didn't. I still check my mirrors too often, still hesitate when I see an old pickup on the road. I don't drive at night if I can help it, and when I do, I stick to well-lit highways, never back roads. But the fear follows me, a shadow I can't shake. Sometimes I wonder what the truck wanted. Was it trying to scare me? Warn me, or something else? Was it even real? Or did I stumble into some crack in reality? Some glitch where time and space didn't line up. The footage said it was there before me, but my eyes, my gut, my pounding heart said otherwise. I'll never know, and that's the worst part. Not knowing if it was a person, a ghost, or something worse. Not knowing if it's still out there, waiting for someone else to drive down Hickory Creek Road, alone in the dark.